The House will come to order. The chair recognizes a member from Auburn, Representative Osborne, who moves the House adjourned from the session March 30th, 2025. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those who oppose nay. The ayes have it. The House is adjourned. The House will attend to a prayer by House Chaplain Reverend Jonathan Hopkins, pastor at Concordia Lutheran Church in Concord.
Good morning. Let us pray. Dear God, be with us today, extending your grace, granting your freedom, providing your protection, and empowering us with your strength. We pray that you would unify us so that we can make a difference in this land. We pray for all those in authority that you would give them their wisdom, give them your wisdom and discernment as they lead. We ask that you would appoint strong, faithful men and women to serve this nation and our people. We pray for the great healing on our land. Remind us today that you have shown us what is good and what you require of us, to do justly, to love mercy, and to walk humbly. We ask that as a people we may humble ourselves so we might be servants of one another. Help us in our state to work as never before, to strengthen our families, and to give our children hope and a moral foundation for the future. May our desire be to serve all people of the great state of New Hampshire so that freedom may ring. When we allow freedom to ring, we will speed up that day when all God's children, black men and white men, Jews, Gentiles, Catholics, and Protestants, will be able to join hands and sing, "Free at last, free at last. Thank God Almighty, we are free at last." America, the place of patriot dreams, God shed your grace on thee and on us here today. Amen.
Chair recognizes a member from Nashua, Representative Kevin Scully, who will lead us in a Pledge of Allegiance. The chair recognizes Amber Rollston from Boscawen, who will now sing our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
The House will attend to requests for leaves of absence.
Mr. Speaker, the day, illness, Representatives Bridle, Chrétien, England, Gilman, Gregg, Nelson, Prout, Selig, and Woodcock. The day, important business, Representatives Bordes, Corker, Corcoran, Didi Poulin, Dillon Germana, Gonzalez, Haskins, Janesian, Lundgren, Malone. Mandelbaum, Minor, Mark Page, Palmer, Pressa, Rice, Trottier, Varney, Verville, and Warden.
These leaves of absence shall be granted unless otherwise ordered by the House. The House will attend to the introduction of guests.
Mr. Speaker, please welcome Asher Estep and Isabella McIntyre, students from Goffstown High School, our pages for the day.
Welcome to the New Hampshire House.
And Mr. Speaker, please welcome Christopher Rollston, guest of the House. He is with us in the gallery today.
The House will be in order. The House will now attend to the consent calendar.
Mr. Speaker, from the Committee on Commerce and Consumer Affairs, House Bill 517, removed by Representatives Howard, Payor, Foss, Alessandra Murray, Gallagher, Kaplan, Wade, Boschman, LaMontagne, and Partial. From the Committee on Environment and Agriculture, House Bill 251, removed by Representatives Corzine, Perez, Papavici-Mueller, McFarland, Diane Kelly, Guyson, Granger, Sambarin de Chonry, Tom Mannion, and DeRoy.
Are there any other bills removed from the consent calendar? Senator Osborne moves the consent calendar with the relevant amendments as printed in the day's House record be adopted. You ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Consent calendar is adopted. House will now attend to Part 1 of the regular calendar. Committee on Children and Family Law, to which was referred House Bill 775FN, an act directing the Department of Health and Human Services to issue a request for proposals for supervised visitation centers. Consider the same, report the same, with the recommendation the bill ought to pass. Senator Mark Pearson for the committee. For what reason does the member rise?
To make a motion, sir.
State your motion.
Table the bill. Table the bill.
Representative Pearson moves that we table House Bill 775. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and 775 is laid on the table. Majority of the Committee on Commerce and Consumer Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 467, an act defining social districts and enabling municipalities to create social districts. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Lily Walsh for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Manjo. Aye. Teresian. Sorry for that. For the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Selby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand here today in opposition to the bill HB 467. This bill will allow people to take their open containers of legally purchased alcoholic beverages outside from the restaurants and bars, walk around, enter businesses, shops, etc., within the social district perimeter. Allowing people to drink outside in the social district will require more public safety measures and law enforcement,
Will the representative suspend for a minute?
which not only will be
Will the representative suspend for a minute? Suspend for a minute.
okay.
We have to take up the amendment. It was my mistake. So just suspend and let us take up the amendment, and then you can go right back. Okay.
Thank you.
The amendment is 1084H, printed in House Record 17, page 104. The question is on the amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment, and the member can continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand here today in opposition to the bill HB 467. This bill will allow people to take their open containers of legally purchased alcoholic beverages outside from the restaurants and bars, walk around, enter businesses, shops, etc., within the social district perimeter. Allowing people to drink outside in the social district will require more public safety measures and law enforcement, which not only will be unnecessary burden for law enforcement officers, but will also require additional tax dollars to implement. It will require municipalities to allocate additional tax dollars to execute the plans for monitoring, management, traffic control, and public safety enforcement that would come with this proposal, this proposed so-called social district. Now, Governor Ayotte, in her speech to the House during her inauguration, had openly expressed the need to reduce the spending. And I know our Republican colleagues have always championed for a reduced government spending. So at this time, whether you're a Democrat, Republican, or independent, I would ask myself how prudent it would be to pass a bill that would actually need more tax dollars to implement such idea. How prudent would it be to pass a bill that would cost taxpayers more money and could translate to higher property taxes that both the Democrats and Republicans alike oppose? Allowing alcoholic beverages in public spaces will create a bad impression on younger children who are taught in schools say no to alcohol. It would also make it easier for minors to obtain alcoholic drinks if they have a legal age friend. And that should be a big concern. This bill states that it would bring more shoppers to the city and claiming to be beneficial to the businesses. I would say families with children might not prefer to shop with fellow drinking shoppers carrying open containers of alcoholic beverages. Not to say that it could also result in accidental spillage, damage to goods, and sometimes aggressive behavior. And that might not be good for businesses. This is a bipartisan issue, and it's a question of how you want your city to look like. Do you want social district in your city? I oppose this bill, and if any of the arguments given by me so far make sense, please join me in opposing this bill regardless of a party affiliation. I ask for a division vote. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of House Bill 467. I would refer my right honorable colleagues to the majority report on page 26, and I'll amplify the remarks that were made in the majority report. This is a local option bill. If communities want the bill, they can vote for it. They will work with liquor enforcement. They'll work with law enforcement to create their own plan in their own community that makes best sense how they want to implement a social district. This has been a tremendous economic development tool for communities such as Hickory, North Carolina, as alluded to in the report, Savannah, Georgia, but also Detroit, Michigan, which has experienced a renaissance from kind of like the phoenix rising out of the ashes, so to speak. And it's a consequence of creating these social districts that has allowed certain neighborhoods within the city of Detroit to flourish economically. So I would encourage you folks to look beyond the idea of the fact that this is a sip and stroll where people can go to a restaurant, have a meal, and have their beverage be put into a to-go container, which would allow them to walk around a particular district, but rather embrace the idea that people leaving a restaurant now, they're going to be able to congregate and recreate within that social district. They're going to visit a local business. They're going to be promoting and stimulating the small businesses that are participating in that particular social district. This is a great opportunity to not only teach personal responsibility to our kids, but also to promote economic freedom, which is what this state is noted and founded for. So, in conclusion, my colleagues, I urge you to push the green button and support House Bill 467. Thank you.
A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. This will be a division vote. Make sure everybody turns on their voting stations. The motion before us, Majority Committee Report of Order passes amended in House Bill 467. This is a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Manos for a parliamentary inquiry. Selby. Representative Selby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know creating a social district might be disruptive business for the society, if I know that creating social districts will increase crime and underage drinking, if I know that creating social districts wastes taxpayers' money on police protection, then I would press red for OTP. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Hunt for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know this was overwhelmingly voted on by the Commerce Committee and that it's only enabling legislation, does not require any town to do anything other than if they want it, it sets the ground rules, and that's what those towns wanted and cities wanted. Will I now vote yes on the pending motion?
The motion before us, Majority Committee Report of Order passes amended in House Bill 467. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Poteza.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 314 voting yea, 14 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. The majority of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which is referred House Bill 198 FN, an act relative to legalizing certain quantities of cannabis and establishing penalties for the smoking or vaping of cannabis in public. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation of the bill ought to pass. Representative Alexandria Murray for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, when considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Jennifer Rhodes for the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Rhodes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, for as long as I've been here,
we are up here discussing marijuana. I'm sorry, cannabis. Different word now. We keep passing them out of this body. They go across the street. They go nowhere. To my understanding, there has not been a single bill that is made to the governor's office. I do know that every single time we pass one, something, no matter how minute, comes up, right? So my first term, everybody was happy. Everybody thought it was going to be great. Went to vote on it after the committee conference, and people didn't like the way Ways and Means was going to distribute the money. So there was a way to kill it there. And it goes on and on and on. So we could easily say, sure, we're going to pass this. Cannabis has already been decriminalized. The bill that it's trying to make illegal is, the parts about smoking in public is already illegal. So I'm certain there's nothing I'm going to say here that's going to change anybody's minds. I know I'm going to vote no because I know the other body's going to vote no, and I know the governor is not going to sign it. So I would suggest that you vote no, but you do you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Jared Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand here to try to explain to you what this bill does. So I'm the prime sponsor, and basically this bill takes out some of the things that led to all the struggles last term. For those of you that were here, you heard the debates that we had last year on this at the end of the session. And this bill simply legalizes cannabis consumption with some guardrails around it. So you have requirements no more than a certain quantity of cannabis or cannabis extracts, those sorts of things. It doesn't touch how we would regulate the sale of it. So it does not legalize the sale of it in the state. If anybody is caught selling it on the streets, something like that, that is still illegal. But if you're somebody who is caught in possession of it, that is not illegal. It is 2025. Let's stop arresting people and ruining their lives for the possession of cannabis, something that many states in the country have already legalized for possession and in most places for sale. This model, this process that we're doing here, if we legalize it here today, and it does eventually get to the governor's office, and I agree with the previous representative who said it might be a tall ask for the governor to sign this, but I did talk to some senators who thought this model, which is slightly different than the one we've already passed a few weeks ago, because there are a few guardrails, and some of the senators said they might be open to supporting it with some of these guardrails, like a prohibition on public consumption. This process is what they did in Vermont. They legalized it without regulating how to sell it. So this will give us a chance to regulate how to sell it once we get it legalized. We can continue to have that debate. That seems to be where the sticking point is. Do we want it to be a private industry-based model? Do we want it to be state-run models? These things are where we're getting kind of caught up in the weeds, and it seems like most people agree that we should legalize it. So I would ask for you guys to support this so that we have a chance to send it over to the other body. I don't think we should kill bills simply because we think they won't be successful in another body. That's not a very compelling argument to me. If we think it's right, then we should pass it here today, and I hope you will. Thank you.
A division has been requested. Members, take your seat. This will be who requests? Senator Weber requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is Majority Committee Report of Order passed on House Bill 198. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Rhodes for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know over the past many years, we have had many organized, very thought out attempts to pass cannabis with no avail. Would I press red?
Chair recognizes Representative Heath Howard for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill is a compromise that legalizes the personal use of cannabis but does not legalize the sale or public consumption of cannabis, and if I know that this will not change our local communities by restricting personal use to private property only, and if I know that this bill is about providing new liberties that are available in all of our surrounding states, and if I know that this would prevent the arrests of individuals for simply possessing cannabis, then I would press the green button. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us, Majority Committee Report of Order passed on House Bill 198. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will tend to stay the vote. 208 voting yea, 125 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Majority Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 226 FN, an act relative to the use of drug checking equipment, having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Terry Roy for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment. The recommendation of the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Jody Newell for the minority of the committee. The chair recognizes Representative Newell. Newell. No.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak against the ITL on HB 226, a bill that would allow for harm reduction in public health organizations registered with the Department of Health and Human Services to engage in drug checking services. Drug checking is an essential part of a holistic approach to addressing the overdose crisis, particularly when we know that adulterants are often added that can cause exponentially worse outcomes, including death, when unknown by the user. 2 years ago, the governor signed a bill into law that provided for legal use and dissemination of drug testing strips, specifically fentanyl and xylazine. This was a wonderful step forward, and we should all be proud of that. Even so, we recognize that there are limitations inherent in drug testing. A fentanyl test strip only tells us whether or not the substance it's designed to detect is present. It doesn't tell us how much, and it doesn't tell us whether any other substances are present. Drug checking, on the other hand, allows for more information, essential information, about the perpetually shifting landscape of the drug supply. Not only what's in it, but where, in order to target resources where and how it is most needed. Drug checking, when performed by highly trained and knowledgeable public health workers, facilitates a dynamic and nimble response to new adulterants showing up on our streets as early as possible, and it is essential to comprehensively addressing the overdose crisis. I hope you will join me in pressing the red button against ITL of HB 226. Thank you. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Roy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the proposition this bill stands for is that an addict will buy their drugs, travel across the city to have it tested first before using it. After speaking with law enforcement and other people knowledgeable in the subject, the concept, in their words, is ridiculous. It's not going to happen. This is about enabling. This is about making it so that people won't be arrested if they're on their way to have their drugs checked or someone's checking their drugs allegedly. In other states where this is done, I've heard from law enforcement that actually the people that are doing the drug testing are involved in dealing because it makes it quite easy when the police catch them to say, hey, I'm just a tester, you can't arrest me. The bottom line is, the claim is that this will make it safer. The drugs will be safer. First of all, there's no such thing as a safe experience with drugs. There just isn't. You never know what's in them. And our drugs are actually tested to see what's on the street. And it's done by the state police lab. Every time they arrest someone, their drugs are tested. And if there's a new substance out there, the word gets out. So help us to not enable these drugs any further. This is the same type of movement that came here along with the bail several years ago to water down our criminal justice system. I would ask for you to oppose that and vote with the majority of the committee. Thank you.
A division has been requested. Members? Roll call has been requested. That's officially seconded. It is officially seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us, a majority committee report of inexpedient to legislator and House Bill 226. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Alessandra Murray for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that similar legislation was unanimously passed by this body just last year, and if I know that this bill increases the resources we have available to tackle the drug crisis and will therefore save lives, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that we cannot solve this crisis by simply increasing penalties and incriminating and criminalizing individuals struggling with substance abuse, but that we must also increase and strengthen our support systems, would I now press the red button so a better motion can be made? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Roy for a parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if I know that we did just pass a bill doing something like this and we were told that it was going to make everything better, would I not want to wait and find out if it actually did make things better? And if I further know, Mr. Speaker, that law enforcement has said that they test all the drugs they find in the state and they let everyone know when they're charged exactly what they were possessing and word gets out on the street, would I not stand with the law enforcement and the other members of our society who have had enough of enabling this drug abuse in our state and press green and support the committee?
The motion before us, majority committee report of inexpedient to legislator and House Bill 226. It's a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend a state of the vote. 140 voting yea, 196 voting nay. The motion fails. Representative Newell moves Minority Amendment 0624H, printed in House Record 17, page 83. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass as amended. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Committee report, the minority committee report is adopted. The majority of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 466 FN, an act relative to refusal of consent to testing to determine alcohol concentration and penalties for aggravated driving while intoxicated. Having considered the same, report the same. The recommendation the bill ought to pass. Representative Terry Roy for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, will report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Alexandra Murray for the minority of the committee. The chair recognizes Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, while most of us agree, obviously, that driving under the influence is a dangerous and serious problem that we have to address, we also have to consider the core values that define our state, values like individual rights and personal freedoms. This bill, while well-intentioned, presents a significant concern. It doesn't just tackle impaired driving, it takes aim at a fundamental constitutional right, the right to be free from unwarranted searches and seizures under the Fourth Amendment. By penalizing someone for asserting their right to refuse a chemical test without a warrant, we are essentially criminalizing the exercise of a constitutional right. And this penalty is astronomical, with a license suspension for 1 year for refusing to take a blood or alcohol test. We must ask ourselves, is it right to punish people for asserting their rights in a free society? And is this how we normally do things in New Hampshire? We all understand that impaired driving is a problem that needs a solution, but we must also ensure that those solutions don't come at the cost of our liberties. Refusing a test does not equate to guilt. In fact, it reflects a person's right to protect themselves from self-incrimination. This bill undermines a basic principle of justice: innocent until proven guilty. By extending license suspensions without a conviction, we risk punishing individuals without due process, and that is not the way to protect public safety. Additionally, for many hardworking people, especially in rural states like ours, driving is essential to their livelihood. Taking away someone's ability to drive simply because they exercise their rights forces them into a difficult position and may ultimately turn self-sufficient individuals into dependence on state assistance. In conclusion, while we all want to reduce impaired driving, we must approach this problem thoughtfully, prioritizing both public safety and personal freedoms. We can preserve fundamental liberty interests with viable legal and policy alternatives that can effectively curb drunk driving rates instead of stepping over or ignoring those rights. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will be requesting a roll call vote.
Chair recognizes Representative Roy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've noticed my friends on the other side in their speeches have included many more words: liberty, freedom. Well played. I would say, Mr. Speaker, that everything that previous speaker said is incorrect. In New Hampshire and in most other states, your right to drive is actually not a right. It is a contract you enter into with the state. We all believe in contract law. As part of that contract, you say, I drive, I consent to take a test. If you refuse to that consent, thereby breaking your contract, you receive a 6-month suspension of your license. The problem is, if you don't refuse and you take the test and you're convicted, you also get a 6-month suspension of your license. Well, where's the incentive to take the test? New Hampshire has among the highest refusal rates in the country, and that's not a good thing. That's not one of the things we should be proud of. We need safer roads. People are dying, families are dying, children are dying in these horrible car accidents caused by drunken driving. So all we're doing here is we're saying, okay, we need to make a carrot and stick approach. We are going to make the suspension for refusing 1 year, and the penalty we did not increase, so if you are convicted. Also, as part of the carrot part of that stick, what we've taken is right now there's a minimum mandatory in New Hampshire for aggravated OUI. What we have done is made that suspendable by the judge, so it's no longer a true minimum mandatory. So we increased the penalty if you refuse. On the other side, we made the minimum mandatory no longer minimum mandatory. So we're working the carrot and the stick. So, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that everyone understand that right now there's no incentive in New Hampshire to take this test. Why are we even wasting our time with it? We're only paying lip service to OUI laws. We need to incentivize taking the tests. I'd ask you to support the committee. Thank you.
Representative Murray has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us, the majority committee report of order passing House Bill 466. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Tin Mannion for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that when interacting with law enforcement, every individual is entitled to certain rights, whether that be the right to be secure against unlawful searches or the right to be secure against self-incrimination. And if I know that to be forced to submit to a breath analysis test is a violation of these rights, and if I know that an individual should not face punitive actions for exercising such rights, nor should we be increasing the penalties for embracing these liberties, then would I now press the red button to overturn the OTP motion on HB 466 so that a better motion may be made? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Roy for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that everything that was just said is contrary to the United States Supreme Court and the New Hampshire Supreme Court history on this, and if I further know it's not a question of liberty, it's a question of contract law, you engage in a contract with the state, and if you break it, should you have a penalty? If I know those things, would I then support the committee report and make it harder to get away with drunk driving in this state?
The motion before us, majority committee report of order passing House Bill 466. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Lucas.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will tend to stay to the vote. Okay.
Hit the X in the corner.
I did. There we go. 120 voting aye, 216 voting nay. The committee report fails. Representative Murray moves inexpedient to legislate. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. nay. The ayes have it, and the minority committee report is adopted. And Representative Partial recused himself. Majority Committee on Education Funding, to which was referred House Bill 137, an act relative to allocating excess statewide education property tax funds for local school and municipal purposes. Consider the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it's inexpedient to legislate. Senator Dan McGuire from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree, majority report with a recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Sally Fowlers from the minority of the committee. The motion before us is inexpedient to legislate. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. All right, before us is a division with PIs only, so everybody stay in your seats. Take your seats. A division. The majority of the Committee on Education Policy and Administration, to which was referred House Bill 90 FN, an act relative to the definition of part-time teachers. If considered the same, report the same with the following amendment, the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Glenn Cordelli from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it's inexpedient to legislate. Senator Muriel Hall from the minority of the committee. The amendment is 0912H, printed in House Record 17, page 75. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass as amendment. Members should be in your seats. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Hall for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know the intent of HB 90 was to allow full-time or adjunct faculty members employed or contracted in a university or community college system of New Hampshire, but without New Hampshire State Board of Education certification, to teach part-time, dual or concurrent courses in our high schools, and if I know that this bill, as amended, significantly modifies the intent of the bill by allowing these non-certified faculty members to teach any part-time courses and are not limited to only dual or concurrent enrollment programs. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that this legislation could lead to an increase in the number of non-certified part-time teachers, reduced student-teacher-parent relationships, and difficulty in maintaining continuity, likely impacting student outcomes, would I now push the red button so that another motion can be made? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Freeman for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that HB 90 as amended will allow staff who are currently employed or contracted as a full-time or adjunct faculty member of a university system or a community college system, may alleviate some concerns from my colleagues around teacher shortages. And if I also know that working part-time in a school district or approved college dual enrollment course in one of our many high schools will ensure that all of our high school students who are enrolled in these programs will have experienced and vetted instructors while meeting their educational needs, then would I press the green button to cement our commitment to our public high school students? Thank you.
The motion before us, majority committee report of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 90. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote, also attend to state of the vote. 198 voting aye, 139 voting aye. The committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Election Law, to which was referred CACR 2, an act relating to the drawing of district boundaries, providing that no district boundaries shall be drawn in a way that favors or disfavors any political party or candidate. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Ross Berry from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation the bill ought to pass. Representative Russell Muirhead for the minority of the committee. The motion before us is the inexpedient to legislate. Are you ready for the question? All those in... A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. I guess so. The motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on CACR 2. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, also attend to state of the vote. 186 voting yea, 150 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. Majority Committee on Election Law, to which was referred House Bill 154, an act enabling voters to request to have ballots hand-counted. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation the bill ought to pass. Representative Alvin C. for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Gerald Ward for the minority of the committee. The motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 154. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Election Law, to which was referred House Bill 175, an act relative to defined coordinated expenditures. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Mr. Travis Toner for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment. A recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Russell Muirhead for the minority of the committee. The motion before us is the majority committee report of inexpedient to legislate. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Election Law, to which was referred House Bill 408, an act moving the date of the state primary to the fourth Tuesday in August. Considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Ross Berry for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report the recommendation the bill ought to pass. Representative Matthew Wilhelm for the minority of the committee. For what reason does a member rise?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I move to table House Bill 408.
The motion is a proper motion. Representative Berry moves to table House Bill 408. A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is to table House Bill 408. This is a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Berry for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the next bill deals with the same subject and the next bill had a bipartisan out-of-committee vote and this bill had a partisan vote out of committee, would I now vote to table it so we can vote on the next one, and if that one dies, then we can come back to this one and everybody can get what they want, sort of?
Chair recognizes Representative Lane for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that many of us would like to hear a debate on the issue of an August primary, then would I press the red button so that we can hear a full discussion? Thank you.
The motion before us is to table House Bill 408. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 190 voting yea, 147 voting nay. House Bill 408 is laid on the table. Majority of the Committee on Election Law, to which was referred House Bill 481, an act relative to moving the state primary date. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation the bill ought to pass. Senator Ross Berry from the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Jessica Grill for the minority of the committee. Those on second reading open to further amendment. Representative Berry offers floor amendment 1360H. It's in your seat pockets. The chair recognizes Representative Berry moves off. So the motion before us is floor amendment 1360H. A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the Berry Floor Amendment. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Reynolds? Representative Spar? Representative Davis Medjuri?
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 337 voting yea, 1 voting nay. The amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Nay. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. I ask everyone stay in your seats. We have a division with PIs only. The majority of the Committee on Election Law, to which was referred House Bill 514FN, an act allowing private persons to sue for violations of election laws. Having considered the same, report the same with a recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Ross Berry from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it's inexpedient to legislate. Senator Russell Muirhead for the minority of the committee. The motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 514. This is a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Lane for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill is not real well written and interferes with the right to contract and may be unconstitutional, and if I know that a similar bill out of Judiciary, HB 641, has been recommended by the majority as inexpedient to legislate, then would I press the red button to defeat this motion so that another one may be made? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Berry for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that one person at the Department of Justice should not be the determiner whether or not your election rights are being violated, including your right to vote, and if I know that I think the bill is well written, would I now press the green button?
Motion before us, Majority Committee report of ought to pass on House Bill 514. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Stone and Snodgrass. You can't push the button. I need a thumbs up or down, please. Representative Stone. Thank you. All set.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 186 voting yea, 152 doing nay. Committee report is adopted. Majority Committee on Election Law, to which was referred House Bill 600 FN, an act enabling ranked choice voting for municipal elections. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Rossberry from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Matthew Wilhelm from the minority of the committee. The chair recognizes Representative Wilhelm.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to oppose the ITL motion on this very simple bill, House Bill 600, which, if passed, would give municipalities the opportunity to opt in to ranked choice voting for their local elections, but only if they choose to do so. In our state's deep-seated tradition of local control, this bill doesn't impose anything on any city or town. Rather, it simply permits municipalities to propose a warrant article or other ballot measure to adopt ranked choice voting for one or more specific municipal offices at one or more specific municipal elections, and then notify the Secretary of State at least 90 days before that election. Following adoption, municipalities retain the right to opt out of using ranked choice voting by using the same procedure they used to adopt it. Cities and towns should be given the freedom to decide which will best meet their needs in their local town or city elections, including whether or not to continue holding preliminary and/or runoff elections, which could provide cost savings to local taxpayers. For my colleagues who may not be familiar, ranked choice voting is a nonpartisan reform that has proven popular across the country and around the world. The process is simple. You rank the candidates you like in order of preference. If a candidate receives a majority of first choice votes, 50% or more, they win the election. If no candidate receives a majority, the candidate with the fewest votes is eliminated, and voters that rank that candidate first have their vote counted for their next choice. This process continues until one candidate receives a majority of voters' choices. Ranked choice voting is popular among the 14 million voters in jurisdictions across the country that have adopted it, including 2 states, 3 counties, and 46 cities and towns. People like ranked choice voting because it gives voters the ability to better reflect their preferences on their ballot, and it ensures winners garner the most voter support by avoiding vote splitting when there are more than 2 candidates running for a position. Exit polls and studies have consistently shown that ranked choice voting is easy for voters to understand, it's easy to implement and administer with fully transparent results. Plus, and this is my favorite part, ranked choice voting disincentivizes mudslinging, since candidates are campaigning for not only voters' top preferences, but they're also advocating for second and third preference as well. So if passed, House Bill 600 has the power to make a positive contribution to voter engagement and civil discourse at the local level for all communities that choose to adopt this reform. Mr. Speaker, I ask for a roll call vote, and I urge my colleagues to join me in pressing the red button to defeat this ITL motion so that a better motion can be made in pursuit of more choices for our cities and towns and the promise of a stronger democracy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Berry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, ranked choice voting has been rejected bipartisanly by this body multiple times. It is a convoluted system in an attempt to undermine the 100 years tradition of our first past the post system, and while I do not speak very long as well, I want to give this story. When we were in committee, the ranked choice voting proponents did a ranked choice voting ballot for candy, and there was 22 people that voted, and they didn't tabulate the results because they were too tired and complicated at the end of a hearing to tabulate it. So what will happen to your town elections after 14 hours if they can't handle a 6-hour hearing with 22 votes on candy? So I'm going to ask the body to support the ITL motion.
Representative Wilhelm has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 600. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Wilhelm for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that ranked choice voting is a popular reform that is successfully used across the country and around the world, if I know that this is an enabling bill that wouldn't impose anything on any municipality, and if I know that ranked choice voting determines the candidate with the strongest support, encourages civil campaigning, reduces wasted votes, and eliminates the need for multiple elections, then would I now push the red button?
Chair recognizes Representative Quayle for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that maintaining transparency in all of our election processes is crucial to maintaining the trust of the voters in our election outcomes, and if I know that this particular proposal, this bill, would greatly increase the complexity of determining who has won an election, judging by the 2 pages of amendments it includes in current statute, plus 4 pages of new material, and that this is much more complex than what we do now, if I know this is much more complex than what we do now, judging by the fact that our current method of deciding winners can be reduced to 3 words, which is most votes wins, would I then press the green button to find this bill inexpedient to legislate? Thank you all very much.
Motion before us, Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 600. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to state of the vote. 194 voting yea, 145 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. Majority Committee on Environment and Agriculture, to which was referred House Bill 152 FN, an act prohibiting the sale and the use of adhesive-based rodent traps. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Judy Aaron from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Nicholas Germana from the minority of the committee. For what reason does the member rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to make a motion.
State your motion.
I'd like to make a motion for indefinite postponement for HB 152.
That is a proper motion. A division has been called. Members, take your seats. This will be a division vote. Indefinite postponement. Oh, division vote, I'm sorry. The motion before us is indefinitely postpone House Bill 152. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Aaron for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that rodents and rodent infestation are a problem, and that rodents carry diseases like the Black Plague and the hantavirus that recently killed Gene Hackman's wife, if I also know that glue traps and glue boards are an effective non-chemical, non-poisonous means to control rodents and other pests like cockroaches in places where food is stored and prepared, and in facilities where there are children and senior citizens, and that they are an important part of an integrated pest management plan. And Mr. Speaker, if I also know that eliminating their use would be problematic for those places. And Mr. Speaker, if I also know that any way you kill a rodent can be considered cruel, and if I finally know that we cannot control where people purchase these glue traps, as it would be simple for people to buy them over the internet or go to a neighboring state, then Mr. Speaker, would I press the green button to support the indefinite postponement motion so that we can continue to let people in New Hampshire decide for themselves what the best method is to control their rodent problem?
Chair recognizes Representative Nicholas Germano for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know the glue traps are a very primitive form of pest control, and if I know I'm virtually obligated to say that, yes, they have in fact invented a better mousetrap, and if I know that this bill comes back session after session because our constituents want it, would I then press the red button so that a more humane motion may be made?
The motion before us is to indefinitely postpone House Bill 152. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 190 voting yea, 140 voting nay. Indefinitely, House Bill 152 is indefinitely postponed. Chair recognizes the clerk for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just a reminder to all members, we are at the time of year now where the other body is typically having hearings during our sessions. And if you do need to go over for a hearing to testify, please stop in and see me. I will mark down the time you leave and check back in so that all of the votes that you miss during that time will be excused. And also just your perennial reminder that once the voting machine has closed at the 30 seconds, you cannot push buttons and register a vote. You have to give me a thumbs up or thumbs down. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority of the Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred House Bill 96, an act requiring New Hampshire builders to use the 2021 energy building codes or a similar code that achieves equivalent or greater energy savings. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Carol McGuire from majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with a recommendation the bill ought to pass. Representative Erica DeBreeze from the minority of the committee. For what reason does a member rise?
For a motion.
State your motion.
I move to table House Bill 96.
Representative McGuire moves to table House Bill 96. A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. Representative Alexander requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. Members, take your seats. motion before us is to table House Bill 96. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative McGuire for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the statewide energy code is intended to be the baseline for health, safety, and energy efficiency, and if I know that it is well within any builder or buyer to insist on a higher or more stringent version of the energy code, and if I believe that it is not proper for people to insist that other people make the same decision they do, would I not vote green to table this bill?
Chair recognizes Representative Wendy Thomas for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that tabling House Bill 96 delays New Hampshire's ability to access millions in federal funding for energy efficiency and infrastructure upgrades, leaving valuable resources on the table, and if I know that passing the bill now ensures residents from benefit from lower energy costs through improved building efficiency while delaying action means continued reliance on outdated, less efficient standards. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that by adopting modern codes, New Hampshire demonstrates leadership in energy innovation and sustainability, and that tabling the bill risks falling behind neighboring states in energy advancements and economic opportunities. Would I now press the red button to defeat this motion so that another more energy efficient, cost-saving, and job-promoting motion could be proposed? Thank you.
The motion before us is to table House Bill 96. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Gallagher. Representative Birch. Representative Spear.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. Also attend the state of the vote. 199 voting nay, 135 voting nay. House Bill 96 laid on the table. Majority of the Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred House Bill 145 FM, an act relative to background checks for licensed dietitians and adopting the Dietitian Licensure Compact. To consider the same, report the same with the following amendment. The recommendation the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator J.C. Grody for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Erica Leon for the minority of the committee. For what reason does a member rise?
To make a motion,
State your motion.
I move to lay House Bill 145 on the table.
That is a proper motion. The motion before us is to lay House Bill 145 on the table. This will be a division. Representative Damon requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is to table House Bill 145. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Leon for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this interstate dietitian compact in this bill hasn't been put into effect yet, but it's 20 pages long, it grants broad rulemaking authority, the authority to spend money, and the authority to assess that to the people of New Hampshire. And if I know that the last thing the state needs is a 5, 6, or 7-figure assessment, just so that New Hampshire dietitians can get jobs outside of New Hampshire, because we already have great reciprocity, would I then press the green button to table this bill?
Chair recognizes Representative Grody for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that what was just said was by someone who doesn't really understand compacts, and that compacts are a way that, yes, and that compacts are a way for professionals in New Hampshire to follow their spouses if they're a military spouse, or their clients as they travel throughout the world, and the country, And I also know that New Hampshire has already participated in over 12 compacts, and last year, this House, the General Court, passed a contract with social workers that expanded the healthcare availability for people in New Hampshire. And if I also know that this bill was the request of the Board of Dietitians, a group of professionals in New Hampshire who came to testify into our committee in earnest for what they want, would I not support them and listen to the debate and vote against the tabling motion? Thank you.
The motion before us is to table House Bill 145. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend the state of the vote. 187 voting yea, 152 voting nay. House Bill 145 is laid on the table. Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred House Bill 252. An act creating a state holiday to honor Daniel Webster's birthday. Having considered the same, report the same. Following resolution resolved that it's inexpedient to legislate. Representative Jeremy Slotchie for the committee. The motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 252. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted.
The majority of the Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, which was referred House Bill 428 local, an act prohibiting municipal amendments to the state building code. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. With amendment, Representative Erica Leon for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Erica DeVries for the minority of the committee. The committee amendment is 0328H. printed in House Record 17 on pages 97 through 100. Questions on the adoption of the amendment? Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. No! Leave the doors the way they are, and we're going to do a clarification vote. Nobody in, nobody out. Okay. The question's on the adoption of the amendment. If you are in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Bose.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? I guess I shouldn't have been in doubt. The House will attend to the state of the vote. 184, having said yea, 149 in the negative, the amendment's adopted. Representative Grote is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to the OTP motion on this bill. When municipality legislative bodies pass building code requirements that are higher than the state code, it is because there's a reason unique to that municipality. Some municipalities may have gone too far, but New Hampshire already has a state law to address any town that are a little bit overzealous. The legislature passed and the Governor Sununu signed Senate Bill 437, which gave municipalities two narrow pathways to establish higher building codes under RSA 674:51. The law went into effect less than a year ago in May 2024. New Hampshire law now requires that any municipality's stricter codes enabled before July 1, 2024, require both state review by the State Building Code Review Board and the local boards. We heard testimony from the State Building Code Review Board that the vast majority of local ordinances were not submitted, which means that those local higher standards are no longer enforceable. Under last year's change, there was also a path laid out for any new municipal codes that were passed after July 1, 2024. Any new local higher requirements that have to be submitted to the State Building Code Review Board as amendments. Many SB2 towns just this month held local elections where local legislative bodies would have been voted. Those provisions now would be willing to be submitted to the State Building Code Review Board. If this bill becomes law, it will ban every municipality from adding any substantially higher standard, including when those provisions are directly and logically connected to and reflective of a unique local circumstance. What is proposed here is a huge state action, one that would come at the expense of the local legislative body's judgment. Let's give the law enacted less than 12 months ago a chance to work by voting against the OTP motion. Thank you.
Representative Lyons recognized to speak in support of the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of House Bill 428, which will ensure that the building code is consistent throughout the state. This will lower confusion and lower costs. Today, when the code gives option B or option A on one side of the town line, option A may be the only choice available, while on the other side of the town line, only option B is available. How does that help anyone? Monday's snowstorm highlighted the climate differences between different parts of the state, something that is already reflected in the building code. The code already takes into the fact that Cheshire, Hillsborough, Merrimack, Rockingham, and Stratford counties are in Zone 5A, which is cool and humid, while the rest of the state is cold, humid, in 6A. There's different code requirements, but we've had towns say that they identify as 6A so that they can put higher requirements on buildings in their towns. I kid you not. Simply put, this bill stops the nonsense of towns picking and choosing from the code, which is confusing, expensive, and inefficient. Please press green to support this bill.
The questions on the adoption of the majority committee report have ought to pass as amended. Are you ready for the question? Division vote has been requested. Members, take your seats. Questions on the adoption of the committee report about to pass as amended on House Bill 428. Representative Dargy is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that there are good reasons for a municipality to enact building codes that are stricter than the state building code, and if I know that Senate Bill 437 was signed by Governor Sununu just last year to establish a balanced process for reviewing and approving municipal building codes that exceed state standards, would I then press the red button to defeat this bill and give Senate Bill 437 some time to work before it is discarded? Thank you.
Representative Carol McGuire is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that passing this will make sure that the state building code is a state building code, and if I know it will prevent municipalities from adopting aspirational changes that will increase the cost of building, would I not press the green button and pass this?
The questions on the majority committee report about to pass as amended on House Bill 428. It's a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 188 in the affirmative, 151 in the negative. The committee report's adopted. The majority of the Committee on Health, Human Services, and Elderly Affairs, to which is referred House Bill 606, an act relative to a patient's right to medically appropriate care for reproductive disorders. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Susan Lemus for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Yuri Polozov for the minority of the committee. Questions on the majority committee report of ought to pass. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? The ayes have it, and the committee report's adopted. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 132 FN, an act repealing liability for familial support under Chapter 165, Aid to Assisted Persons. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Caitlin Kuchop for the committee. The amendment is 0927H, printed in House Record 17 on page 77. Questions on the adoption of the amendment? Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Pretty sure the ayes have it, and the amendment's adopted. The question now is on the majority committee report of ought to pass as amended. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the committee report's adopted. The majority of the Committee on Judiciary, to which is referred House Bill 195FN, an act relative to the expectation of privacy and the collection and use of personal information. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Bob Lynn from the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Paul Birch for the minority of the committee. The questions on the committee amendment of 0890H, printed on House Record 17 on pages 80 to 81. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment's adopted. For what reason does the member rise?
To make a motion.
State your motion.
I wish to lay this bill on the table and request a division.
Representative Birch moves to lay House Bill 195 on the table, and this will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The question is whether to lay House Bill 195 on the table. Representative Birch is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know this is a complex bill that seeks to regulate cell phone companies, banks, email providers, utilities, insurance companies, credit card companies, and so on, and if I know this bill, as it stands, has never been subjected to a public hearing where the stakeholders and the public could present their opinions, corrections, suggestions, which is not how complex legislation should be handled. And if I believe this poorly drafted bill and both sides have identified problems in this proposed legislation may affect the willingness of national banks, insurance companies, and the like to do business in New Hampshire, would I vote to table this bill by pressing the green button?
Representative Lynn is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that I was present at the public hearing in which anybody who wanted to speak had an opportunity to speak, and if I also know that the concerns raised by some were addressed in the proposed amendment, which we've now adopted. And if I further know that this bill is essentially a bill that was passed by this body in 2023, it was retained in the other body, and eventually it died there. But this bill provides enhanced protection for privacy for a certain group, not all of the entities that would be covered by Senate Bill 255, which was actually enacted last year. And lastly, if I know, that we just passed on the consent calendar, based upon a unanimous vote of the Judiciary Committee, House Bill 522, which is essentially the corollary to this bill, then would I defeat the motion to table this bill so that we can have the debate on the merits and pass this, which is the other half of 522, by pressing the red button. And I ask for a division vote also. Thank you.
The question is whether to lay House Bill 195 on the table. It's a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 124 in the affirmative, 215 in the negative. The motion fails. Representative Birch is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 195 is unnecessary. This is a bill that seeks to undo the bipartisan legislation from last year, SB 255, which is now in the RSA's, RSA 507H. This bill, like the RSA's, seeks to do major things. Regulate the business practices of national businesses, just referred to this in the earlier PI, such as cellular, social media, internet providers, banks, financial institutions, credit card companies, insurance companies, and the like. Companies that act nationally. Our RSA was truly a bipartisan legislation that addressed the issue of balancing business practices with privacy in a serious manner. It was sponsored by a Republican chair of judiciary of the body across the wall, worked on extensively with amendments of substance, and finally passed by voice vote in both houses. To this day, no one has said it hasn't worked. It's only been in effect a number of months. HB 195 before us seeks to undo that bipartisan work. Our current law is based upon the model from the nonprofit Uniform Law Commission, is consistent with the law of our neighboring states, and has been adopted by 20 other states. HB 195 stops that and would substitute a New Hampshire-only law that would be different from the other 49 states. So these national companies would have to have one set of business practices for 49 states and one set of business practices for New Hampshire. No national solution for a national problem. It is not surprising that this bill was opposed by everyone from State Farm. I mean, who disagrees with State Farm? You know, everybody loves State Farm, right? I'm Jake. It's not surprising this bill was opposed by everyone from State Farm to the BIA, to the National Bankers Association, and groups like the Trade Association on Business Privacy. Problems were noted by the New Hampshire Department of Justice Consumer Fraud Division and the New Hampshire State Police. Those problems may or may not have been corrected by the last-minute committee amendment. This is obviously a complex bill. As I have said, witnesses that said that walking away from the national model was a bad idea, and there were a host of bills itself. Keep in mind, and I want to be clear, what you're voting on today was passed as one of those: amend the bill by replacing all the enacting clause with the following. We all know what that means. You get something brand new at the executive session. So because it was at the executive session, none of these stakeholders, not the public, had a chance to come in and say, yeah, there's a problem here with this brand new thing put in front of us, and it won't work because of this and that. And by now, folks on both sides of the aisle have found problems in what you're being asked to vote for today. So further research has indicated that, for example, the provisions to allow legitimate data sharing for societal benefit and data sharing with contracted vendors and service providers are neither clear nor comprehensive. And importantly, the issue of government subpoenas to these companies is handled in a capricious and non-individualized manner. We have a lot of RSAs on the books covering the government's use of subpoenas to various covered businesses. This bill makes no apparent effort to conform this bill to the requirements of a host of RSAs. As I said, there's no hearing on it, so they're not repaired. As of now, this bill does far more harm than good. The minority asks that you vote ITL when you get the chance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Lynn is recognized to speak in support of the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I mentioned earlier, this bill is essentially the same. If anything, it is better than the bill that was passed by this House in 2023 and eventually died in the other body. It makes mostly minor changes to address some of the concerns that were raised with the original bill, and it also makes the amendment, which we've just adopted, address the concerns that were raised by various stakeholders at the hearing. One of the primary changes that this bill made was to adopt a more appropriate definition of information that is available to the public and therefore would not be subject to the restrictions on disclosure that this bill provides. And I just give you an example of what I'm talking about. For example, this bill would prohibit the covered entities from disclosing my private information. But I could not legitimately claim that my private information includes my name and address, particularly since my name and address is on every one of my campaign signs or brochures that I handed out, that kind of thing. On the other hand, truly private information like my Social Security numbers, my bank account numbers, all of that obviously would be covered by this bill. The main difference that this bill, first of all, this bill is not inconsistent with 255, which was passed and is now law. The main thing that this bill does that 255 did not do is for the covered entities here, and the covered entities, it's important for you to understand, is a much smaller group of entities than the very broad group of businesses that are covered by 255. What it says is for these covered entities, mainly utilities, banks, credit card companies, that kind of thing, if they want to disclose your personal information for a purpose that is not consistent with their legitimate business endeavors, they have to get your consent, and it has to be an affirmative consent. It can't be some, click here and something that asks you 50 different questions. It has to be a specific question. Do you consent to allowing your information to be used for this purpose? That's what this bill does. That's the additional privacy that this bill provides for. In terms of addressing the concerns of stakeholders, we've done that in the amendment. It deals with basically any of the covered institutions that have a legitimate reason for disclosing information, whether they have some concern about fraud or something funny is going on, or they get a request from a governmental entity or a subpoena, a search warrant, or there's an emergency situation, any legitimate purpose, they're allowed to make disclosure. What they're not allowed to do is just sort of collect information and disclose it, for something having nothing to do with the operations of their business. It seems to me that particularly where we have passed a privacy amendment to our Constitution, this is an appropriate bill, and for those reasons I urge you to press the green button and vote OTPA. And Mr. Speaker, I would request a division vote.
All righty. The question is a majority committee report about to pass as amended on House Bill 195, and this will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The question is the adoption of the committee report about to pass as amended on House Bill 195. Representative Birch is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that I agree with one little part of what was just presented, in that I think the majority and minority both agree that this bill provides fewer protections than RSA 507. And if I know that RSA 507 is getting the job done, it's national legislation for a national issue, and if I know that this bill presents major difficulties to national companies doing their best to operate in New Hampshire, as well as the rest of the United States. And if I know if it ain't broke, don't fix it and don't break it, would I then press the red button so that another motion could be made? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Marjorie Smith is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill is based on the strong bipartisan action taken last year to protect the privacy of New Hampshire citizens, if I know, I'm sorry, if I know that the federal government should be taking leadership in this important area, but has been unwilling to step up to the plate, so that New Hampshire is doing what many other states have done. If I know that we held an extensive hearing on this bill, listened very carefully to the people who appeared before the committee, and after that hearing made necessary changes suggested by those who participated in the hearing, so that we could best meet the needs of all of the citizens of the state, while understanding the concerns that some enterprises might have. Would you now press the green button and support the committee OTPA. Thank you.
Questions on the Majority Committee report about to pass as amended on House Bill 195. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 261 in the affirmative, 79 in the negative. The committee report's adopted. The majority of the Committee on Judiciary, which was referred to House Bill 400, an act requiring a public body's collective bargaining negotiations to be deemed public meetings and requiring that arguments made and information generated during the meetings be made available to the public under the right to know law. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Marjorie Smith for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Christine Perez for the minority of the committee. Representative, for what reason does a member rise?
For a motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
I move to lay HB 400 on the table.
Representative Alexander moves to lay House Bill 400 on the table. Are you ready for the question? Imagine that. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The question is whether to lay House Bill 400 on the table, and this is a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 163 in the affirmative, 180 in the negative. The motion fails. Representative Perez is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is about transparency. When a town does its budget and works on its budget, that hearing is open. When a town works on its personnel, whether they need more or not, that is public as well.
Member will suspend for a minute. It got super noisy in here super quick.
Thank you.
Every time we have to stop to mention that, lunch gets a little further away. And I don't know about you, but I'm hungry. Member may continue.
Thank you. Voters are tired of things being behind closed doors and not knowing what they're paying for until it's on the warrant article. This idea of open negotiations is catching on. Even the National Education Association is speaking in support of it. We need to have people know what's going on, what they're paying for. This doesn't mean that when the strategies are being worked, that would be open. It only means when the two groups come together to negotiate those strategies, that it would be open to the public. We need this for the people who are paying the bill. Thank you.
Representative Chur is recognized to speak in support of the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member will suspend for a sec.
In a minute.
Representative Brown is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I apologize for walking in front of the well. I rise in opposition to ITL and in support of this bill. The bill requires public meetings for public sector collective bargaining, and the public wants transparency. 22 states now require negotiations between labor and public employers to be conducted in public meetings, but the parties are still permitted confidential strategy sessions, just as we are. Our own Senate passed a bill identical to this one in 2018. Transparency is claimed to be anti-worker. That's wrong. I'm excited to report that unions are now in support of public meetings. The NEA, America's largest union, has applauded public negotiations, saying, quote, "Open bargaining has led to a significantly improved outcome for the community and educators." With rising concerns about property taxes, NEA affiliates have begun live streaming negotiations to inform the public, resulting in successfully passed contracts. Sound familiar? Salaries, benefits, and pensions are discussed routinely in New Hampshire public meetings. Please vote red on this ITL so that we may bring about a better motion. Thank you so much.
Representative Chur, now you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak in favor of the committee's large bipartisan ITL motion and vote on House Bill 400. This bill confuses the concept of public body deliberations with the concept of contract negotiations. The two are very different, as is the public's interest in being able to observe the process. Collective bargaining has always been exempted from 91A. The deliberations of a public body are rightly covered by our open meetings law, such that the public can directly observe the actions of their elected officials in reaching decisions on their behalf. Agendas are posted listing items to be discussed and or voted on. Quorum rules apply. Records are kept. The process of a collective bargaining negotiation, on the other hand, has none of these features because it is fundamentally different. Here the goal is to lay all of the many factors involved in a labor contract open for consideration in order to arrive at an agreement that best balances these through a dynamic process of give and take. Individual components, including wages, hours, benefits, and work environment, are all part of the discussion, as are the interests of different groups within the labor force. This process often involves multiple meetings, making scheduling difficult, and it takes place under tight deadlines and great pressure to reach a tentative agreement. The resulting agreement is what the public body ultimately deliberates on. Opening this initial process to full public scrutiny will limit the ability of both sides to openly propose and discuss options, which may then need to be balanced against other factors being considered in order to be palatable in the end. In an open meeting setting, the bargaining process would be constrained, making it more likely to bog down and become politicized, ultimately making the goal of reaching the best agreement more difficult. This idea has been considered and defeated in the past, and the same should be true here today. Mr. Speaker, I ask for a division vote.
Questions on the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 400. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. Questions on the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 400. This is a division vote. Representative Perez is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that I am a taxpayer and that I represent taxpayers, and if I know that taxpayers want to know what they are paying for, and if I know many other states are implementing this, and if I know that there are multiple unions that are also in favor of this, would I not press the red button to overturn the ITL so that another motion can be brought forward? Thank you.
Representative Tur is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the collective bargaining process has always been exempted from the open meeting requirements of 91A in our state for good reason, and if I know that the goal of the collective bargaining negotiation is to reach an agreement that ultimately will be voted on by a public body in an open process, and if I know that, as asserted shortly ago, the NEA did not in fact support this proposal, and if I know that the interests of the public are not served by politicizing the messy process of reaching a negotiated agreement that best balances the many interests at stake, then would I now press the green button in favor of ITL? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 400. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 211 in the affirmative, 135 in the negative. The committee report's adopted. All right, so it's early in the day and something's happened twice already, so I should probably mention it. When someone is speaking at the well, the aisle's closed. You may not use it to come down here. It's in House rules and it's courtesy. You have to go around. Don't walk up. in the face of someone who's speaking. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 509FN, an act relative to the contents of the Attorney General's annual report detailing state forfeiture information for the preceding fiscal year. Having considered the same report, the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Donald McFarland for the committee. Questions on the committee report of ought to pass. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? No. The ayes have it, and the committee report's adopted. The majority of the Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 520, an act relative to authorizing hearing officers of the Department of Education to issue subpoenas. Having considered the same report, the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Caitlin Kutab for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Eric Chur for the minority of the committee. The bill is on second reading and open to further amendment. Representative Chura moves Amendment 0842H, printed on House Record 17, on pages 106 to 107, and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak in favor of adopting 2025-0842H to House Bill 520. This important amendment allows the bill to achieve the same goal of granting the Department of Education the subpoena power it may need when investigating code of conduct investigations, but with one key difference, which resolves a range of issues that were brought up in the hearing on this bill as drafted. The amendment simply authorizes the Department of Education to seek a subpoena through the Attorney General's office, rather than creating a completely new subpoena power and process by granting that authority to the Department of Education's hearing officers. To be clear, this would not take the responsibility for conducting the investigation away from the hearing officers or change their role in any way. It simply allows them to request a subpoena if any material they need for that investigation is being withheld. The DOE's attorney stated in committee that they lack this authority in statute currently, so this would resolve that issue. The first reason for this amendment is a practical one. The DOE's attorney also testified that there has never actually been a situation where the DOE was unable to obtain needed materials for an investigation. So the need for this authority is preemptive of possible future situations. It seems unwise and unnecessary to establish a whole new subpoena authority and process for a situation that has never actually presented itself. The other reasons for this approach are more structural and core to subpoena authority. The key guardrail on subpoena authority power is the need to show good cause. As written, this process would involve the Commissioner of Education making that case to his own hearing officers, who report to him and are themselves the ones likely asking for it. Another guardrail on subpoena authority is the ability for the subject of the subpoena to make a motion to quash that subpoena. Here again, the bill as written specifies that such a pleading would be made to the DOE and the hearing officers requesting the subpoena. This seems like a very dangerous approach that at minimum would not meet the basic tests of fairness and providing due process. There are some departments in New Hampshire that issue subpoenas directly, but these often involve enforcement of regulations and similar matters, not the conduct of licensed and certified professional entities responsible for children. We were told in committee that the best model for adding such authority in New Hampshire is found under RSA 170E:18, covering subpoenas by the New Hampshire Department of Health and Human Services related to investigations of the conduct of child daycare licensees, where the law simply states that the Commissioner may make the request through the Attorney General. A 2011 report by the National National District Attorneys Association, reviewing subpoena power across all 50 states showed that no education commissioner has independent subpoena power. So in conclusion, yes, it makes sense that the Department of Education could issue subpoenas for information that is being withheld from it in an investigation, should that situation ever arise. But let's not do it in an irresponsible way that subverts due process, sets us apart from the approach used by other states. The guardrails afforded by the Attorney General for this process are particularly important at a time when prohibitions under the Code of Conduct for educators are being expanded in ways that have been found unconstitutional. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I request a division vote.
Representative Kutab is recognized to speak against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment would make the AG have to issue the subpoena for Department of Education investigations. None of the other New England states do this, and none of the other commissioners go through the AG's office. Not the Commissioner of Administrative Services, not the Lottery Commissioner, not the Commissioner of Revenue, not the Insurance Commissioner, not the Commissioner of Labor, not the Commissioner of Environmental Services. The list goes on. The issue raised about hearing officers having subpoena power has been decided by the courts many times over and is not an issue. This bill simply authorizes the Department of Education hearing officers to issue the subpoenas relative to educator code of conduct violations. It was very carefully crafted, and this amendment is simply not needed. I urge you to vote no on this amendment so we can get to the underlying bill and pass it. Thank you.
Questions on the adoption of Amendment 0842H? This is a division vote. Members, take your seats. Representative Sweeney requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? That is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, continue taking your seats. Questions on the adoption of Amendment 0842H. Representative Chur is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that granting the Department of Education the power to seek subpoenas through the Attorney General provides the department with the full subpoena power that it may someday need using existing processes and safeguards, and if I know that granting the same power to the Department of Education directly creates unnecessary new subpoena process that also undermines key due process requirements for establishing good cause and allowing appeals, which may ultimately present opportunities to challenge such things, and if I know that no other state grants such subpoena power directly to the Department of Education, that the New Hampshire has already similar laws in place which grant this authority to agencies using the Attorney General's office for similar situations, then would I now press the green button to adopt this common sense amendment and allow us to grant this authority in a responsible and fair manner? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Lynn's recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that, as has been stated by the debate on both sides here, it is the Department of Education that conducts the investigations of the matters that this subpoena power is related to. That is, whether an educator has violated the code of conduct. And if I know that in that context, it makes no sense to have the Attorney General's office be the one that issued subpoenas, and doing so would simply prolong and complicate the investigation. And if I further know that there are many places around the country and agencies in New Hampshire that have the direct subpoena power, then would I press the red button to defeat this amendment so that we can get on to the main bill? Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I ask for a division.
We're all set, but thanks. The question's on the adoption of Amendment 0842H. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Bergeron. Yes or no? Thumb up or thumb down? Thank you. Representative Tellez. Representative Juris.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 154 in the affirmative, 190 in the negative. The amendment fails. Now we're on to the main motion of ought to pass as amended. Ought to pass, not amended. Representative Chur is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak against the OTP motion of HB 520 because, as drafted, it has all the flaws and lack of basic due process protections that the amendment, which was just defeated, was intended to fix. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I request a roll call.
Representative Kuchab is recognized to speak in support of the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill simply authorizes the Department of Education hearing officers to issue subpoenas relative to educator code of conduct violations. In our state, this power exists for licensed professions such as doctors, dentists, manicurists, barbers, well drillers, bankers, the list goes on. In fact, I couldn't find a single other licensed profession in our state where this power doesn't exist. Testimony revealed the challenges faced by the department in obtaining crucial documents in a case involving a former special education teacher convicted of child rape and indecent assault and battery of a middle school student in New Hampshire. Delays in suspending the teacher's license were attributed to these challenges. I urge you to support this bill for the sake of our children's safety. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. The question is on the majority committee report of ought to pass. Representative Chur requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? That is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Questions on the majority committee report about to pass on House Bill 520. Representative Chur is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that everyone who cares about granting the Department of Education the ability to issue subpoenas in a responsible manner already knows that this is not that approach, and if I know that there has been no historical need for this authority by the DOE in any form, and that other states have granted this ability to do this differently, would I now press the red button so that we can do this properly in the future? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Lynn's recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know, for the reasons stated by my fellow representative from Wyndham, that giving subpoena power to an agency that is granted authority to conduct investigations makes imminent sense so that somebody can't just flaunt the investigation, would I then press the green button to support this OTP? Thank you.
Questions on the majority committee report about to pass on House Bill 520. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 193 in the affirmative, 155 in the negative. The committee report's adopted.
Majority Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 587 FN, an act allowing admission of one-party audio and video recording in certain circumstances. Consider the same, report the same with the following amendment and recommendation. The bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Donald McFarland for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it's inexpedient to legislate. Senator Paul Birch for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 0843H, printed in House Record 17, pages 16 and 17. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. Chair recognizes Representative Birch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we've earlier heard today a discussion on another bill about privacy in New Hampshire. This bill is also about privacy. This bill seeks to end New Hampshire as the state that requires all parties to consent to the recording of a conversation unless done by law enforcement with a warrant. All it requires is that a party to the conversation reasonably anticipate or believe, and due to poor drafting, the belief may not even have to be reasonable, will contain evidence of a crime, any crime. There's no way described in the bill to determine if the anticipation or belief is reasonable. And the topper is, the bill seems to allow this party to share this tape or tapes with their agent. And since agent isn't defined, it could be your favorite activist organization. New Hampshire is an all-party consent state when it comes to wiretapping and recording conversations. We're proud of that. We mind our own business, and our neighbors mind theirs. unless we give consent. That protects our privacy, it safeguards personal and professional conversations, it encourages trust, transparency, and openness in communications. It prevents selective editing, since all the parties to the conversation are aware of the recording. The chance of conversations being manipulated or taken out of context is lessened. It reduces coercion and entrapment. We have RSA 570 to protect this basic granted state right. We all know that consent is a good thing. We teach our children not to do things without the consent of the other person or persons. All-party consent is a bedrock concept that protects our privacy and our liberty. If law enforcement sees a need and has a basis, they can get a warrant. That's how it's supposed to be. So if my neighbor thinks that I have a criminal record and also thinks I'm possessing a gun illegally because she remembers somebody saying something about that, she can then wiretap you to her heart's content in the hopes that she can finagle you to say something on a tape. If your neighbor is suspicious of a brown-skinned family moving in down the street, who keep their blinds down, stay private, speak a foreign language, then she thinks she's reasonable, perhaps, in believing she can get them to talk about their immigration status while recording them. They may be undocumented. And if you can't go to a nearby farm because of a trespass order, but you believe the animals may be being mistreated, you can try to get the farmers into a secretly recorded conversation and turn the recording over to some organization because there might be evidence of a crime. All of these would be legal under the gutting of our consent means consent law. Law enforcement would still need to get a warrant. Businesses would still have to notify all parties if they're taping. That's as far as it would go. This is what the bill does. Now, there may be discussion about domestic and sexual assault, but that's not what this bill actually, in the language of the bill, never mentions those two. The bill simply says a crime, which can be any crime. And even if that's an issue, you're not going to know if the conversation is going to have evidence of a crime until the conversation is going on. So you may land up believing maybe there's going to be evidence of a crime, and there isn't. So if somebody calls you and it's somebody you've had some bad conversations with, let's say an ex, and you say, well, I have a reason to believe that a crime may take place or evidence of a crime on this call, so I'm going to tape it, and all it is your ex wondering where to drop off some of your belongings, and you say at the end of the driveway between 10 o'clock and noon tomorrow, then you've taped that call, but there's no evidence of a crime. The second problem of the bill I've alluded to is it allows the person not only to turn the tape over to the police, but share it with an agent. There's no definition in the bill of agent. The committee was unable to come up with a working definition. So if you want to live in the live free or die state, where everybody is busy recording everybody else, that's not what we normally think. Sounds like a nanny state more than a granted state. Granted staters do not wiretap other granted staters. Please ITL this bill or vote against the OTPA motion. Let's keep consent meaning consent.
Chair recognizes Representative McFarland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will try and keep it slightly shorter than that. You would think from the amount of conversation we just heard that this was some terrible bill that's going to have all kinds of untold negative outcomes. I would point out a few things. First of all, we are proud of our two-party consent status in New Hampshire, and I know there are many here that like the stand for personal privacy that represents. But let's talk about what other states have. 3/4 of the states in this nation and the District of Columbia have one-party consent laws. And I do not see in the newspapers every morning where there is a problem of people pruriently recording their neighbor in their neighbor's house and then not being subject to prosecution. What this bill does is very simple. It says that people who are currently subject to crimes that they have no way of documenting and no way of evidencing that are happening behind closed doors, whether it's domestic violence, whether it's threats, extortion, they have an opportunity here to provide some evidence of that to law enforcement and to the courts. It doesn't say that they have a right to provide that evidence to social media or to their friends or to their neighbors, but to the courts. And the purposes in this bill are very limited, and the committee passed the amendment and recommended that amendment to pass on a strongly bipartisan basis. I'll keep it to that and say that I would ask for a division vote, and I would ask for your support to pass this with the amendment.
The motion before us, the Majority Committee report of order passes as amended on House Bill 587. Representative McFarland asks for a division. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. Motion before us, Majority Committee report of order passes as amended on House Bill 587. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Birch for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, if I may, I have an apology I want to make to the body. I have an apology I wish to make to the body. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my earlier remarks, I misspoke and used some language that was inappropriate. I tried to put myself in the mind of a neighbor who was perhaps, well, I don't want to dive in any worse. So I'll just say that I used a term to refer to people that I should not have, and I apologize to the body for doing that. As to the PI, Mr. Speaker, if I know that our current law requires all parties to consent to recording conversations, that it protects our privacy, encourages trust and openness in communication, and reduces coercion and entrapment, if I know that this bill is unclear with whom the wiretapper can share their recording and provides an unworkable and ambiguous standard to guide when the wiretapping can take place. And if I know that in the live free or die state, we don't want everyone going around recording everyone else if they simply claim to reasonably believe that evidence of a crime will be on the recording, then would I press the red button so another motion can be made? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Kutab for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill strikes a necessary balance between privacy and justice so that individuals facing domestic violence can record evidence of a crime being committed without consent of the offender, and if I know that under current law, a victim who records their abuser without their consent could face criminal charges, and if I know that this bill makes very clear that this recording can only be provided to a law enforcement officer or for the purposes of court proceedings, then would I now press the green button? Thank you.
The motion before us, Majority Committee Report of Order passes amended on House Bill 587. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Edwards.
While members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote.
I didn't know you were here, Representative, that's why.
Now have all members present had an opportunity to vote. House will tend to stay to the vote. 163 voting yea, 184 voting nay. The motion fails. Representative Birch moves inexpedient to legislate.
I'm here to make a motion.
State your motion.
I'd move to place HB 587 on the table.
Motion is in order. The motion before us is to place House Bill 587 on the table. Yeah. You want a division?
Yes, division.
This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. Representative McComptois requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? No, it's not sufficiently seconded. The motion before us is to table House Bill 587. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Reed for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know as a co-sponsor and someone who testified in the hearing on this bill that the committee was overwhelmingly in favor of the concept of the bill, and if I know that the amendment did not properly address the issues that were brought up, specifically to narrow it down to only domestic and sexual violence, would I now press the green button to table it so that we can bring back better language next year?
Motion before us is to table House Bill 587. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Wall.
While members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 283 voting yea, 64 voting nay. House Bill 587 is laid on the table. Yeah. Majority of the Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 614 FN, an act relative to litigation alleging constitutional rights violations. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Bob Lynn from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation of the bill ought to pass. Representative Donald McFarland from the minority of the committee. For what reason does a member rise?
For a motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
I move to table House Bill 614, and I ask for a division vote.
Representative Lynn moves to table House Bill 614. That is a proper motion, and he's asked for a division. Members, take your seats. Already got PIs. The motion before us is to table House Bill 614. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Lynn for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, if I know that it's getting close to lunchtime and I know that bills like this one to create a supposed individual constitution, right to bring an action for alleged constitutional violations have been before this body and defeated on many occasions in the past, and if I know that one of the primary reasons for that is there's simply no need for this kind of legislation because common law remedies are available for virtually anything that could be considered to be a constitutional violation, then would I press the green button so that we can get on to more important business? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Rumble for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that under our state constitution, Part 1, Article 14, every citizen is entitled to a remedy for injuries to person, property, or character, but if I know that under current law, only the Attorney General has the authority to file a civil rights action under the New Hampshire Civil Rights Act, and if I know that while the Attorney General may be able to recover penalties, those penalties go to the state, not to the individual who was injured, would then I please press no to the tabling motion so that we can continue with the debate? Thank you.
The motion before us is to table House Bill 614. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Osborne.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will tend to stay to the vote. 177 voting yea, 167 voting nay. HB 614 is laid on the table. Chair recognizes Representative Simpson for a lunchtime announcement. Yes.
Hi, everybody. This is a quick announcement for the Democratic Caucus. Can you all stay for 15 minutes? We are moving through this calendar really fast, and we just want to have a chance to talk through some of the bills at the beginning of part 2 of the calendar, so we're prepped for the end of the day. So Democratic Caucus, please stay now for 15 minutes. Thanks.
We will reconvene at 1:10. And if Republicans could please clear the chamber so that they can have their caucus. majority of the Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 641 FN, an act establishing a private right of action for civil rights violations. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Joe Alexander from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority. House will be in order. Having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment and a recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Catherine Rombo for the minority. Chair recognizes Representative Rombo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in opposition to the House Judiciary Majority's recommendation of inexpedient to legislate for HB 641 FN. Under Part 1, Article 14 of our state constitution, every New Hampshire citizen is, quote, entitled to a certain remedy by having recourse to laws for all injuries he may receive in his person, property, or character. Practically speaking, this means that if someone damages your personal property or breaks a contract with you or harms you or your family by selling you a defective product, you can bring a lawsuit to recover monetary damages to make up for that injury. Yet when it comes to an injury to your civil rights, you can't be made whole in the same way. Currently, only the Attorney General has the authority to file a civil rights action under the New Hampshire Civil Rights Act, RSA 354B.
Member will suspend. The member has a right to be heard. Take your seats quietly. Member may continue.
Thank you. Importantly, while monetary penalties may be imposed on someone who violates your civil rights, those penalties are paid to the state, not to you, the citizen whose rights were violated. So even if the Attorney General's office is sufficiently staffed to investigate and bring actions for violations of citizens' civil rights, you are not permitted to recover damages for injury to you. HB 641 as amended would fix this inconsistency by establishing a private right of action under the Civil Rights Act, enabling members of the public to file their own civil actions while giving notice to the Attorney General, who may in turn choose to pursue further action on behalf of the state. So if you or your property were threatened or injured based on your age, race, religion, or another class set forth in the Civil Rights Act, you would be able to recover monetary damages. Courts would thus treat civil rights violations the way courts treat most typical civil law claims. They would recognize that the damage done to individuals and their property should be remedied financially to those individuals. This is already true under certain federal statutes, but current New Hampshire law falls short of guaranteeing your constitutional rights. So you may be able to exercise this constitutional right to a remedy for injury to your person or property, and so that you, not the state, may be compensated for that injury. I ask you to oppose the majority recommendation of ITL on HB 641 and push the red button so that another motion may be made. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I request a division vote.
Chair recognizes Representative Alexander.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay this bill on the table. Oh, Mr. Speaker, thank you. I move to lay this bill on the table.
Okay. Normally, the way we do things, before we ask if we do it before lay it on the table or afterwards. So usually we allow both sides to speak.
Okay, I can speak for the committee report if you'd like. Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill is absolutely unnecessary. The Attorney General's office indicated that they have sufficient resources to be able to prosecute violations in civil rights. Additionally, this is adding 2 new positions in the Attorney General's office, and it's going to be causing increased court costs. It's absolutely unnecessary in this budget year. I ask you to vote green ITL. Thank you.
All right. The motion before us is the majority committee report of inexpedient to legislate. Are you ready for the question? Division has been called. Members, take your seats. Motion before us, a majority committee report of inexpedient to legislator on House Bill 641. Chair recognizes Representative Manos for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that our New Hampshire state constitution provides that every New Hampshire citizen, quote, is entitled to a certain remedy by having recourse to the laws for all injuries he may receive in his person, property, or character, end quote, and if I know that currently only the New Hampshire Attorney General has the authority to file a civil rights action under the New Hampshire Civil Rights Act for an injury to you, and finally, if I know that HB 641 as amended would fix this inconsistency by establishing a private right of action under the Civil Rights Act so that if you or your property were threatened or injured based on your race, religion, or any other protected class under the Civil Rights Act, you'd be able to recover monetary damages. Would I now vote no and push the red button? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Lynn for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill is unnecessary because current law already allows the Attorney General to bring lawsuits for violations of the New Hampshire Civil Rights Act, and if I know that the Civil Rights Act that we're talking about here is not the general one that prohibits discrimination in public accommodations or employment or anything like that, it's 354B, which specifically gives the Attorney General a right of action for civil rights violations that involve either some type of violence or threat of violence or trespass. And as to those kind of actions, the common law already provides a remedy for individuals. Then would I find that this bill is completely unnecessary and would support the ITL recommendation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for a division vote.
The motion before us, a majority committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 641. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Reynolds.
If all members had the opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 195 voting aye, 146 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Labor, Industrial, and Rehabilitative Services, to which was referred House Bill 487, an act relative to providing employees with advance notice of work schedule. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Michael Granger from the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment. The recommendation of the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Kathy Staub for the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative DeBreeze.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to the ITL motion
This bill helps the hospitality industry's employers and workers by requiring employers to provide a mere 7 days worth of notice of work schedules. New Hampshire's economy thrives on tourism. Our hospitality industry is at the heart of it, generating more than $5 billion annually and contributing more than $327 million in meals and rooms taxes. When hospitality flourishes, our entire state benefits. For many employees, working in hospitality is tough. Wages can be low. Even when pay is good across the year, seasonality causes feast or famine cycles. On top of that, New Hampshire's housing crisis, with high rents and low vacancy rates, makes it even harder to attract and to keep workers. This bill is a practical, targeted solution to support our economy and our workers. If you stayed in a motel while snowmobiling in the North Country, grabbed an après-ski beer at Loon Mountain, shopped in the North Conway outlets, or enjoyed fried dough at Hampton Beach, you know how vital a well-staffed and welcoming experience is. That experience depends on businesses having enough workers and workers who know when they're expected to show up. Right now, too many hospitality workers get stuck in a very tough spot, finding out at 10 p.m. on Sunday that they're expected to work at 6 a.m. on Monday. I know some of my Republican colleagues may believe that the market can fix this, and in many cases, I agree. It can. A worker could quit and find a better employer, but that assumes a level of mobility that most workers in hospitality simply do not have. When housing is scarce, people can't easily pick up and move. Parents with kids in school can't uproot their families, and in rural areas, employment options themselves are limited. This is about more than convenience. Workers, many of whom are caring for children or aging parents, need to know their schedules to arrange for childcare, to attend medical appointments, or even to pick up a second job to make ends meet. This bill gives hospitality workers the basic dignity of knowing their schedules just 1 week in advance so they can better plan their lives. It enables them to take second jobs, helping businesses to fill shifts, and giving workers the chance to earn more. It's a win for employees, more hours, more income, and more stability. It's a win for businesses, a more reliable and flexible workforce. It's a win for New Hampshire because more workers mean more capacity and more revenue for meals and room taxes. If you believe in removing barriers to work, respecting the dignity of hardworking hospitality employees, and supporting our state's economy, I urge you to vote against this ITL motion. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Granger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill doesn't work for a variety of reasons, the most important of which is that it fails to take account the broad variety of work environments here in New Hampshire. If you're an oil delivery driver, you don't know what your schedule for that day is going to be until you get there because people don't order oil a week in advance. Some jobs rely on the weather to be good in order for the work to proceed. Some jobs need employees to be flexible if people call in sick. So please press the green button to support the ITL motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Sullivan has requested a roll call. Is that sufficient? I guess it's sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is a majority committee report of ITL on House Bill 487. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative DeBreeze for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill requires only hospitality industry employers to provide work schedules just 7 days in advance to their employees, and I know that 7 days allows our kids, our grandkids, and our neighbors who clean rooms, make coffee, serve food, and mix drinks to work more. And if I know that this bill does not prohibit employers from asking team members to fill shifts on shorter notice, and if I know that this would add capacity to New Hampshire's tourism industry and allow business owners and employees to thrive and to generate more meals and rooms for the state, meals and rooms taxes for the state, then would I press no to the motion to ITL?
Chair recognizes Representative Granger for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill does, in fact, apply to industries outside the hospitality industry, and if I know that plow drivers, roofers, painters, pavers, and tennis instructors dislike this bill, would I then press the green button to support the committee motion? Thank you.
The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to Legislator on House Bill 487. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. While members present have the opportunity to vote, House will tend. While members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 196 voting yea, 155 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Legislative Administration, to which was referred House Bill 142, an act relative to the honorary member flag. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Stephen Boyd for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Joseph Barton from the minority of the committee. For what reason does a member rise?
For a motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
I would like to lay HB 142 on the table.
That is a proper motion. No, the motion before us now is to lay House Bill 142 on the table. A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. The motion before us to lay House Bill 142 on the table. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Hill for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I'm aware that our current RSA 4:13H specifically requires the governor to honor Gold Star Mother's Day, not just here in the State House, but everywhere in the state, and the governor has full discretion in how she wants to observe the importance of that day, would that make this legislation unnecessary, and would I push the green button to table this bill?
Chair recognizes Representative Rollins for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that a Gold Star mother is a mother of a son or daughter who has been killed in action while serving our great nation, And if I know that I am the Gold Star father of Specialist Justin Rollins, killed March 5th, 2007, Samara, Iraq, with 6 of his closest comrades from the 82nd Airborne. And Mr. Speaker, if I know firsthand the pain and anguish that not only my wife, but also the other Gold Star families go through, and if I know the biggest fear is that their child may be forgotten, if I know that a Gold Star mother, if I know that the Gold Star mothers in New Hampshire have asked for years to recognize this flag, and if I know that most other states have already officially recognized this banner, and that the time has finally come for New Hampshire to do the same. And Mr. Speaker, finally, if I know that there is a floor amendment pending to address this remaining concerns, then would I now press the red button to oppose this labeling motion so that many Gold Star family members watching from far away get to see this bill debated in a manner in which it deserves.
The motion before us is
And I ask for a division vote.
The motion before us is to lay House Bill 142 on the table. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Perez.
Has everyone present had an opportunity to vote? House will tend to stay to the vote. 167 voting yea, 184 voting nay. The motion failed. Now we're on to the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate. Okay. Chair recognizes Representative Tom Mannion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to the committee report of ITL on HB 142. The Honor and Remember flag is recognized by a majority of states, and this bill will add New Hampshire to that list. Opponents say that when servicemen serve and are draped with the American flag, this bill does not diminish that. It pays tribute to the men and women in uniform that are no longer with us on 5 veteran-specific dates when we'll join the Stars and Stripes on our flagpole. My former branch of service, United States Marine Corps, gets 10 November to recognize their birth date by flying the Eagle, Globe, and Anchor. The Honor and Remember flag is branch agnostic, applying equally to all those who have served. It is important to remember the lives of those that have served our country and to honor the families of those that will never be whole again. The act of flying this flag not only shows solidarity our state has with them, but serves as a reminder to take their sacrifices into account as we move forward on the global stage as a nation. The men and women willing to enlist in our all-volunteer military are entrusting us, their elected representatives, to have their back and ensure their patriotism and service is being used for the betterment of us all. We should honor those that have paid the ultimate price and give tribute to their surviving family members, some of which are in this very chamber, and many more are watching us from home. Please vote red on the committee recommendation of ITL so that we can pass a floor amendment and subsequent bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Motion before us is the inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 142. Chair recognizes Representative Hill. Representative Hill is waived off. So the motion before us now is Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 142. Are you ready for? Roll call has been by who? Okay. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is Majority Committee Report of Inexperience to Legislator on House Bill 142. This is a division vote. The Chair recognizes Representative Rollins for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that I've already explained this in detail, why supporting this overdue measure is important beyond words to the Gold Star families watching from afar who seek our help to keep alive the memories and spirits of their lost loved ones, then would I now press the red button to oppose the committee's ITL recommendation so that a better motion might be made? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Hill for a parliamentary inquiry. Representative Hill is waving off. Motion before us is the Majority Committee Report of Inexpedient to Legislate on House Bill 142. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will tend to stay the vote. 125 voting yea, 126 voting nay. The committee report fails. Representative Wade moves ought to pass and offers floor amendment 1356H in your seat pockets.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to just briefly explain the floor amendment that should be in your seat pocket. So what this amendment does is it takes the language from the original bill and moves it into the state holiday statute. So during the committee hearing, it was found that there was an existing holiday for Gold Star Mother's Day. However, it simply stated that the governor may read a proclamation, and there wasn't really much more to it. What this amendment seeks to do is not only add in the raising of the Honor and Remember flag over the State House on that day, which has precedent in other state holidays, but it also corrects the date because the original Gold Star Mother's Day here in New Hampshire was the Sunday after Easter. And this changes it to the last Sunday in September, whereas it is recognized nationally. It also changes the language to include Gold Star mothers and families to recognize all of those parents who have lost children in the military. So thank you, and I encourage you to vote yes on the amendment.
The motion before us is the Wade Floor Amendment 1356H. It is found in your seat pockets. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass as amended. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the committee report of ought to pass as amended is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Legislative Administration, which was referred House Bill 157, an act establishing a study committee to examine ways to improve the usefulness of fiscal notes. Consider the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it's inexpedient to legislate. Representative Len Turcott from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment. The recommendation the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Alice Wade for the minority of the committee. For what reason does the member rise?
I rise for a motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
I'd like to lay HB 157 on the table.
The motion is to lay HB 157 on the table. That is a correct motion. Are you ready for the question? The motion before us is to lay House Bill 157 on the table. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and House Bill 157 is laid on the table. Majority of the Committee on Legislative Administration, which was referred House Bill 347, an act relative to protection of employment for members of the General Court. Consider the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Kevin Verville for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment. A recommendation bill ought to pass with amendment. Mr. Alice Wade for the minority of the committee. For what reason does a member rise?
To make a motion,
State your motion.
I move to indefinitely postpone House Bill 347.
Okay. The motion is to indefinitely postpone House Bill 347. A division has been called for. Members, take your seats. For what reason does a member rise?
I rise to make a motion.
State your motion.
I move to table HB 347.
Tabling is a higher priority motion. So the motion before us now is to table House Bill 347. Yeah, this will be a division vote, yes. Who's doing the PIs? The motion before us is to lay House Bill 347 on the table. This is a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Sheehan for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know a few legislators who made the decision to volunteer for this service for their community, but now want to obligate their employer to protect their job while they serve in the legislature. And Mr. Speaker, if I know these employers probably had no choice in the decision of their employee running for office, and if this bill passes, these employers would have to accommodate their employee's decision and pay for replacements or suffer loss through no fault of their own. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, I encourage my colleagues to vote green on the tabling motion. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Wade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill does have some flaws that need to be addressed through further amendments, and if I know that the purpose of this bill is to try and prevent employers from potentially manipulating your vote by preventing you from attending a session day if they disagreed with your position on a vote, would I now vote yes, green, to table this bill? Thank you.
The motion before us is to table House Bill 347. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Seibert. Representative McGuire.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay the vote. 265 voting nay, 85 voting nay. House Bill 347 is laid on the table. Majority of the Committee on Legislative Administration, to which was referred House Bill 456, an act relative to testimony of agency employees, general court hearings. Considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. Recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Lynn Turcott for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. It's in the Vallis Wade for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 0908H, printed in House Record 17, pages 102, 103. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those? A division has been called on the amendment. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the amendment 0908H. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green. She wants a PI. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this amendment is actually a non-germane amendment that replaces the entire content of the original bill, then would I please vote no to this adoption of this amendment? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Hill for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know this is a perfectly fine non-germane bill, I would press the green button and accept the, adopt the amendment. Thank you.
The motion before us to adopt the amendment 0908H. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Lovett. Representative Foote.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 178 voting yea, 170 voting nay. The amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass as amended. The chair recognizes Representative Potenza. Yeah, we haven't got to you yet.
He recognizes Representative Potenza to speak.
I'm rise for a different motion.
He's recognized her to speak.
Okay.
Chair recognizes Representative Magliore to speak.
Mr. Speaker, may I make a motion?
What's your motion?
My motion is to indefinitely postpone House Bill 456.
Motion is in order.
And I request a division.
Division has been requested. Members, take your seats.
Yes, sir.
Clear. The motion before us is to lay House Bill 4, indefinitely postpone House Bill 456. This is a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Magliore for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know similar bills in 2016, 2017, 2020, 2022, 2023, and 2024 were tabled, killed, or indefinitely postponed, and Mr. Speaker, if I know this clearly indicates to me that this body values the contributions from our associations, then, Mr. Speaker, would I press the green button to vote to indefinitely postpone House Bill 456? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Osborne for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I do know that over and over again this body has seen bills just like this, and we've had plenty of time to practice and get it right this time, if I know that our constituents want to be able to come to Concord to testify on legislation and not have their tax dollars used against them by registered lobbyists, if I know that HB 456 protects taxpayers by providing transparency regarding lobbying services purchased by municipalities and other organizations, and lastly, if I know that 456 makes it crystal clear that anyone and everyone will still be able to have their viewpoints heard in Concord, would I now press the red button to protect the taxpayers and get back to the appropriate motion?
The motion before us is to indefinitely postpone House Bill 456. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Hagner.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to state of the vote. 187 voting yea, 163 voting nay. H. Bill 456 is definitely postponed. The House will be in order. We're not done yet. Majority of the Committee on Municipal and County Government, to which was referred House Bill 138, local, an act relative to tax impact notation on warrant articles with multi-year tax impacts. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Linda France for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Eleanor Colby from the minority of the committee. The chair recognizes Representative Colby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 138 seeks to impose a mandate on municipalities regarding tax impact notations on warrant articles with multi-year projections. While most municipalities voluntarily provide tax impact analysis on warrant articles, this legislation would require them to forecast tax implications for 5 years despite countless variables at play. Shifting bond rates, refinancing opportunities, property assessments, reassessments, and changes to available tax credits and exemptions, as well as fluctuating revenue streams, drastically alter municipal financial landscapes. By compelling governing bodies to present these forecasts as facts, HB 138 directs municipalities to disseminate misleading information. This would force voters to make significant long-term decisions based on profoundly flawed projections. The reality is, when the estimated impacts provided 4 years prior turn out to be grossly inaccurate, trust within the community will inevitably erode. This legislation forces local officials to be complicit in fiduciary malpractice, damaging the integrity of local governance. The state of New Hampshire should reject proposals that place officials in the impossible position of violating their legal or ethical obligations to their constituents. I urge you to show your support for truth in government by voting no on the motion of ought to pass so another motion can be made. And Mr. Speaker, I call for a division vote.
Chair recognizes Representative France.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand in support of HB 138. This bill is about transparency on municipal warrant articles that have multi-year tax impacts. Taxpayers have a right to know how much an appropriation will affect their property taxes this year and in future years. The current law enables a municipality to adopt a provision for warrant articles to include an estimated tax impact, and this bill adds that warrant articles for leases, bonds, and other multi-year contracts need to include the tax impact for the first 5 years of the agreement or for each future year if less than 5 years. The minority will argue, and I will agree, that such tax impact statements may include inaccurate estimates due to the many variables occurring at different times throughout the year that are involved in determining a municipality's tax rate. However, it's important to remember that the estimated tax impact on a warrant article will always be that, just an estimate, based on best available information. So long as municipal officials emphasize that tax impacts are estimates and determined based on the information available to them at the time, it is the opinion of the majority of the committee that this information will be useful to taxpayers to know if a proposed appropriation will add pennies, dimes, or dollars to future tax rates, even if the actual impact varies slightly. Transparency is always best. Please vote yes on ought to pass.
The motion before us is a majority committee report of ought to pass in House Bill 138. A division has been called for. Members, take your seats. This will be a division vote. The motion before us, a majority committee report of ought to pass in House Bill 138. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Magliori for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know, statute currently permits any town to include tax impact statements on warrant articles, making this bill unnecessary. And if I know 5 years of estimated rates must assume no revenue offsets, cannot account at all for the state-mandated town-wide revaluation, and will cause select boards to have to guess at such factors as tax exemptions, war credits, and the actual interest rate after the sale of a bond. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know there are locally elected municipal officials in this body right now who recognize that this is one of a raft of bad bills designed to erode local control by extending the long arm of government into the management of municipal affairs, then, Mr. Speaker, would I hope that we would all press the red button so that a better motion can be made. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Power for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill requires towns and school districts to state the estimated tax impact for the first 5 years of any warrant article with a multi-year tax impact only if they have adopted the optional provision to include tax impacts on the warrant, and if I know that this simple measure will increase transparency and enable citizens to become more fully informed when voting on warrant articles that will affect their local property taxes, would I now vote yes to support the committee recommendation of ought to pass and push the green button? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us, Majority Committee report of ought to pass on House Bill 138. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Manos.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 189 voting yea, 159 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on the Municipal and County Government, to which was referred House Bill 147, an act relative to clarifying tax exemptions for properties used by religious, educational, and charitable organizations. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Senator John McDonald for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Jim Magliori from the minority of the committee. For what reason does the member rise?
I rise to make a motion.
State your motion.
Mr. Speaker, I motion to table HB 147.
That is a proper motion. The motion before us is to table House Bill 147. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and House Bill 147 is laid on the table.
The majority of the Committee on Resources, Recreation and Development, to which was referred House Bill 582 FN, an act relative to safety requirements for the operation of personal watercrafts. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Nicholas Bridle for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Will Darby for the minority of the committee. The question is on the majority committee report of inexpedient to legislate. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. No. The ayes have it. Motion is adopted. The majority of the Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was referred House Bill 674 FN, an act relative to non-wire alternatives, time-of-use tariffs, and multi-year rate settings. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Michael Harrington for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Tony Kaplan for the majority of the committee. For what reason does the member rise?
To make a motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
My motion is to lay HB 674 on the table.
The motion is in order. The motion is to lay House Bill 674 on the table. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. House Bill 674 is laid on the table. The majority of the Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was referred House Bill 692, an act relative to utility companies adopting advanced meters. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Janine Nodder for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Kat McGee for the minority of the committee. For what reason does the member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I move to lay House Bill 692 carefully upon the table.
The motion is in order. The motion is to lay House Bill 692 on the table. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The motion is adopted. House Bill 692 is laid on the table. The majority of the Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was referred House Bill 755 FN, an act relative to the state's electric utility market. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative J.D. Bernardi for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Wendy Thomas for the minority of the committee. For what reason does the member rise?
To make a motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
My motion is to lay HB 755 FN on the table.
That motion is in order. The motion is to lay House Bill 755 on the table. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 755 is laid on the table. The majority of the Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was referred House Bill 759 FN, an act relative to community energy generators, having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Michael Harrington for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Thomas Corman for the minority of the committee. For what reason does the member rise?
To make a motion.
State your motion.
I move to lay House Bill 759 on the table.
That motion is in order. The question is on the motion to lay House Bill 759 on the table. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 759 is laid on the table. The majority of the Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was referred House Bill 760 FN, an act relative to utility default service, having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Michael Vose for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Thomas Corman for the minority of the committee. For what reason does the member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I move to deposit House Bill 760 upon the table.
The motion is in order. The question is to lay House Bill 760 on the table. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 760 is laid on the table. The majority of the Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was referred House Bill 761 FN, an act relative to customer energy storage, having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Tom Ploget for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Tony Kaplan for the minority of the committee. For what reason does the member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I move to plant House Bill 761 upon the table.
The motion is in order. The question is on the motion to lay House Bill 761 on the table. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 761 is laid on the table. All right. The majority of the Committee on State, Federal Relations, and Veterans Affairs, to which was referred HCR 3, an act applying for a convention of the states under Article 5 of the Constitution of the United States, having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Mike Belcher for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Christine Seibert for the minority of the committee. For what reason does the member rise?
I move to put HCR 3 on the table.
That motion is in order. The question is on the motion to lay HCR 3 on the table. A division has been called. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The House will come to order. This will be a division vote. Members, please take your seats. The chair recognizes Representative Granger for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know we got a lot of stuff going on today and we don't need to spend hours on an Article 5 convention, would I then table this bill? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Belcher for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, and not to belabor the point, thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the State and Federal Veterans Affairs Committee took the time to hear this bill and thoughtfully considered it, and if I know that I can wrap that speech up in 30 seconds if you give me the chance to, would I now vote red on the table?
The question is on the motion to lay HCR 3 on the table. This is a division vote. If you are in favor, you will press the green button. If you're opposed, you will press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. With 267 members having voted in the affirmative and 76 voted in the negative, the motion is adopted. HCR 3 is laid on the table. The majority of the Committee on State, Federal Relations, and Veterans Affairs, to which was referred HCR 5, an act rescinding House Concurrent Resolution Number 40 passed by the 2012 New Hampshire General Court, asking that Congress call for a convention under Article 5 of the United States Constitution. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Tom Mannion for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Christine Seibert for the minority of the committee. For what reason does the member rise?
To make a motion, Mr. Speaker,
State your motion.
to place this measure harshly on the table.
The motion is in order to place HCR 5 on the table. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. No. A division has been called. This will be a confirmation vote, nobody in, nobody out. This is a division vote to confirm the voice vote. If you are in favor, you will press the green. This is on the motion to lay HCR 5 on the table. If you are in favor, you will press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. With 176 members having voted in the affirmative, 168 members voted in the negative, HCR 5 is laid on the table. The majority of the Committee on State, Federal Relations, and Veterans Affairs, to which was referred HCR 10, an act calling for the repeal of the Jones Act. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment, that the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Michael Moffett for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. The amendment is 0318H, printed in House Record 17 on pages 131 and 132. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Now the question is on the committee report of ought to pass with amendment. Chair recognizes Representative Lloyd to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Jones Act is a cornerstone of American maritime policy that has served our nation for over a century. It isn't just another maritime regulation. It's a vital safeguard for American workers, our national security, and our economic independence. Any attempts to revise or weaken this legislation would be a serious and costly mistake. The Jones Act protects American jobs by requiring vessels operating between U.S. ports to be American-built, American-owned, and American-crewed. This law sustains approximately 650,000 American jobs across our maritime and shipbuilding industries. At least 1,200 of those jobs belong to Granite Staters. Both the AFL-CIO and national tugboat operators are strongly against this measure. These aren't just numbers. These are real workers supporting their families and our domestic economy. Additionally, revision of the Jones Act would have national security implications. Our merchant maritime fleet serves as vital naval backup during times of war and national emergency. Weakening the Jones Act would mean relying on foreign-owned and operated vessels for crucial domestic maritime transport. This is a risk that we simply cannot afford to take. In New Hampshire, we understand the importance of protecting American workers and maintaining strong maritime infrastructure. The Jones Act helps preserve Portsmouth Naval Shipyard and similar ports throughout our country. In committee, we heard many maritime professionals give testimony stating the Jones Act is necessary. When these same professionals were asked if the Jones Act should be revised, they testified that it was best to remain untouched and should stand as is. Even the Trump administration has publicly stated that it should remain intact. And on this one singular instance, I agree. Supporters of this resolution argue that the act increases transportation costs. However, these arguments overlook long-term benefits, maintaining critical infrastructure, ensuring reliable domestic shipping services, and protecting jobs that support our middle class. The Jones Act has overcome a century of challenges because it simply works. It ensures that domestic maritime transport remains in American hands, operated under American laws, and with American safety and labor standards. Any revision risks unraveling this carefully balanced system that has served our nation well. Instead of revising this vital legislation, we should focus on strengthening and supporting American workers and maritime capabilities for the next century. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative McFarland to speak in favor of the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of HCR 10 because the Jones Act is a 100-year-old failure. It was meant to strengthen our merchant marine. Yet today we have fewer ships, fewer trained mariners, and a shrinking domestic shipbuilding industry. Protectionism did not and does not preserve the fleet. It helps and has helped to destroy it. Right now, New England cannot import liquefied natural gas from Texas because of the Jones Act. We don't have the US-built, US-crewed, and US-flagged ships to do it. So we buy our gas from foreign countries, countries which are even adversarial to us, while American liquefied natural gas heads out to Europe. That's not security, it's not patriotism, it's madness. Some argue this law protects national defense. Let's not confuse intent with outcomes. The Jones Act hasn't secured our national defense. Real strength comes from competition, from innovation and a free economy, not from government mandates and price inflation. The Constitution empowers Congress to regulate commerce, not to rig it. Let's stop protecting failure. If you know that the century-old Jones Act is a mistake, let's not turn it into a 200-year-old mistake.
All right, the question is on the Majority Committee report of ought to pass with amendment. A division has been called. Was that a roll call? Members, take your seats. The House will come to order. The Chair recognizes Representative Budetaki for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the Jones Act has been a cornerstone of American maritime law for over a century, ensuring national security, economic stability, and the protection of domestic industries. And if I know that the U.S. maritime industry supports over 650,000 jobs and contributes more than $150 billion to the economy. In New Hampshire alone, the industry generates over $230 million annually to the state economy and provides well-paying jobs. And if I believe that repealing the Jones Act would expose our domestic shipping industry to foreign competition, jeopardizing American jobs and weakening our economic resilience. And finally, Mr. Speaker, and if I believe that maintaining the Jones Act is crucial for national security, ensuring that U.S.-controlled vessels are available for military logistics, disaster response, and emergency preparedness, then would I now press red button and stand in defense of American workers, American security, and American industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Dan McGuire for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that 100 years of Jones Act protection has destroyed the large commercial shipbuilding industry in the United States, if I know that the absence of U.S.-produced ships means that New England must import natural gas from places like Chile and Africa, not Atlantic U.S. ports, which would make some sense, if I know that all 6 New England governors petitioned the Commerce Secretary to suspend the Jones Act due to high winter fuel prices, then would I press the green button to implore Congress to overturn this self-destructive policy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question is on the Majority Committee report of ought to pass with amendment on HCR 10. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you are opposed, you will press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. With 172 members voting in the affirmative and 171 members voting in the negative, the motion passes. Committee report is adopted. The majority of the Committee on State, Federal Relations, and Veterans Affairs, to which was referred HJR 1, an act affirming the natural right of persons and affirming that the state and federal government are established for the purpose of upholding, protecting, and securing these rights, having considered the same, report with the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Mike Belcher for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Lily Foss for the minority of the committee. For what reason does the member rise?
I would like to make a motion.
State your motion.
I would like to table HJR 1.
The motion is in order. A division has been called. Members, take your seats. The question is on the motion to table HJR 1. This is a division vote. If you are in favor, you will press the green button. If you are opposed, you will press the red button. Voting stations will be open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. With 182 members voting in the affirmative and 160 voting in the negative, HJR 1 is laid upon the table. The majority of the Committee on Transportation, to which was referred HB 249, an act allowing bicyclists to treat stop signs as yield signs and stop lights as stop signs. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Matthew Pitaro for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Seth Miller for the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Miller to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Consider these two simple numbers from the National Highway Transportation Safety Administration. 26% of cycling fatalities occur at intersections. The number of collisions drops at intersections by 15 to 25% in states where the safety stop is legal. that is documented across multiple states around the country. Not a cyclist? You'd actually benefit from this bill as well. The safety stop improves the flow for motor vehicles through intersections as bicycles spend less time passing safely through them. The best part, this is a zero-cost change. We can make our roads safer and more efficient for everyone by simply clicking a button, the red button to be specific. Mr. Speaker, I request a division vote.
Chair recognizes Representative Pitaro to speak in favor of the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. This is my first time to the well, so I am very proud and excited to be here before you fine people. Thank you. I'm here today to speak in support of the Transportation Committee recommendation of ITL to this bill. It was laid out pretty clear in the calendar today, the reason for the majority's opinion on it. And as a matter of fact, after we submitted it to the calendar over the weekend, I was driving and I came upon an intersection, and it was one of those intersections where it's not straight and perpendicular. Each road going into the intersection winds. So I was at a stoplight, light turned green, and I go, and right to my left was a bicyclist who blew the stop sign, rolled right through, and it could have been a pretty serious disaster. And that was all because the bicyclist did not follow the current law and abide by our traffic signage. So it just reinforced the majority opinions of the Transportation Committee in that this is inexpedient to legislate, and we should not have rolling stops in New Hampshire for our bicyclists. Thank you.
The question is on the majority committee report of inexpedient to legislate for House Bill 249. Are you ready for the question?
A division vote was requested, Mr. Speaker.
A division vote has been requested. Members, please take your seats. The chair recognizes Representative Vayu for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this policy, commonly known as the Idaho Stop, has already been enacted in roughly 10 states across the country, and if I know that the practice has been shown to improve safety by allowing cyclists to maintain momentum, reducing the time they spend in intersections, and decreasing the likelihood of dangerous interactions with motor vehicles, and if I know that the National Highway Safety Administration and state-level data support these outcomes in both urban and rural settings, would I now press the red button to defeat the ITL motion so that another motion can be made? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Gorski for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that no bicyclist has ever been cited for rolling through a stop sign or a stop light, and if I know that this bill will create unintended confusion to motorists at intersections, then would I press the green button to support the motion of ITL? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is on the majority report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 249. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you will press the green button. If you are opposed, you will press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. With 207 voting in the affirmative, 135 voting in the negative, the committee report is adopted.
Majority of the Committee on Transportation, to which was referred House Bill 461, an act relative to Department of Safety and Department of Motor Vehicle Training and Testing Materials. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation bill to pass with amendment. Senator Thomas Walsh for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Seth Miller for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 0471H, printed in House Record 17, page 104. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Representative Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A simple question for all of us to consider here this afternoon. Is New Hampshire truly open for business? Or should we be putting up signs at the border warning newcomers that they're not welcome here? Because that's what this bill does. It tells thousands of our residents that they're not trusted in our community simply because their primary language is not English. These are people who work and shop in our businesses.
The member will suspend. The House will be in order. Member may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. These are people who shop in our businesses, who work in our shops, and who participate in our community. When they cannot get a license, then that goes away. The Department of Motor Vehicles did not ask for this. They're happy administering this program, one that I might note has already been paid for. It does not cost us anything extra to continue this program. We have the opportunity to meet our constituents where they are, to help them integrate into our great state. We should do that, and we should reject this bill. It is bad for business, it is bad for public safety, and it is bad for New Hampshire. Mr. Speaker, I request a division vote.
Chair recognizes Representative Walsh.
Asante Meshimiwa Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that is my best effort to say thank you in Swahili. Now I ask you, if you were to see this written down, would you understand it? I probably would suggest you can't, and that's the whole point of this bill. Because I would also suggest that somebody that can only speak Swahili wouldn't be able to understand what "thank you, Mr. Speaker" says if seen and written. This is a common sense bill, and it is not groundbreaking. I filed this bill after watching an executive council meeting last October when I saw that the Department of Safety was requesting $170,000 taxpayer dollars to implement this program, as well as some community overreach presentations with the manuals being written in Swahili, Spanish, Portuguese, Mandarin, and Arabic. None of this makes any sense to me because the last time I knew, all our signs and anything about transportation communication in this state is in English. So again, it is common sense to make sure, or to get a New Hampshire driver's license, that one should have the basic understanding of the English language. After doing a little bit of research, I discovered, let me back up for a second. Coincidence has it, a few days after I filed this bill, it was a leading officer from the state police, Troop G, on Channel 9 in the morning, talking about the rash of one-way crashes, well, wrong-way crashes we've been seeing in the state lately. And his public statement was pretty simple. We've got three main safety issues on the roads of the state of New Hampshire right now: impairment, distraction, and in his words, not mine, now we have an issue with a language barrier. Because you know what? Maybe you, if you can't speak English, you don't know what do not enter means. After doing a little bit more research, I also realized that, again, this is not groundbreaking. Federal carrier regulations, motor carrier regulations, commercial driver's licenses, for years have stated that to get a commercial driver's license, you need a basic understanding of the English language. If you needed to drive a truck, why wouldn't you for a car? Finally, Mr. Speaker, one further bit of backup for this. For many, many years, RSA 3C:1 states that the English language is English is the official language and that all public documents will be in English. Please support the committee report of ought to pass. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Your Honor, request a roll call. It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 461. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Vayu for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that while the intention behind such a law may stem from a desire for consistency or safety, its real-world effects are likely to be exclusionary and counterproductive. And if I know that there is little objective evidence multilingual testing negatively impacts road safety, and substantial evidence that increasing access to licensure, regardless of language, improves compliance, training, and community participation, and if I know that this bill seeks to solve a problem that does not appear to exist while creating new and very real ones, would I now press the red button to defeat the OTP motion so that another motion can be made?
Chair recognizes Representative Walsh for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that common sense dictates that to get a New Hampshire driver's license, you should have a basic understanding of the English language, and that is for safety reasons, then wouldn't I press the green button?
The motion before us, the majority committee report of ought to pass an amendment on House Bill 461. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend to state of the vote. 187 voting yea, 159 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Majority Committee on Transportation, to which was it is very, very noisy in here. Okay. When we are quiet, I will continue. Majority Committee on Transportation, to which was referred House Bill 489, the act allowing volunteer emergency workers to use a rear-facing blue light on their private vehicles when involved in emergency service. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Matthew Pataro for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with a recommendation the bill ought to pass. Representative George Sykes from the minority of the committee. The motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 489. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Division has been called for clarification. Nobody in, nobody out. The motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 489. This is a clarification vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend to state of the vote. 125 voting yea, 217 voting nay. The motion fails. Representative Sykes moves ought to pass. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the minority report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Children and Family Law, which was referred House Bill 553 FN, an act relative to the definition of abuse and neglect and conditions triggering a rebuttable presumption of harm in abuse and neglect cases. Consider the same, report the same with the following amendment and recommendation the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Alicia Gregg for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it's inexpedient to legislate. Representative Laurie Corzine for the minority of the committee. For what reason does a member rise?
To make a motion, Mr. Speaker,
State your motion.
to table this bill, sir.
The motion is to lay House Bill 553 on the table. A division has been requested. Not yet. Members, take your seats. A division has been requested. The motion before us is to lay House Bill 553 on the table. Chair recognizes Representative Raymond for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill came about from bipartisan efforts to update the child protective statutes after a number of shocking child injuries and child fatalities that have not been appropriately reported to or acted on by DCYF. If I also know that just today, the New Hampshire Attorney General announced the arrest of another parent who has murdered a child, demonstrating that we need to get this bill to a place where it can pass. And if I believe that more work can be done to bring back a better version of this bill next year, then would I vote yes to table this bill? Thank you.
The motion before us is the motion to lay House Bill 553 on the table. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative, sit down, please. You gotta return to your seat. Representative Kaplan. Representative Reynolds. Representative Di Silvestro.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to state of the vote. (342) voting yea, 1 voting nay. House Bill 553 is laid on the table. Majority of the Committee on Commerce and Consumer Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 316 FN, an act relative to reimbursement for ground ambulance services. Being considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Julie Miles for the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Manjo Curosa. The chair recognizes Representative Stringham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm here to speak against the OTP motion on House Bill 316, which would be devastating to our ambulance providers. The purpose of this bill is to shore up our flailing ambulance industry and at the same time no longer allow the practice of balance billing for ground ambulance services. It does that by mandating payments by managed care insurance companies that are not under contract at a rate of 209% of the Medicare rate, and then at the same time getting rid of the balanced bill practices. You'll hear that this rate was set up by a cost study. That's true. I was able to review the study and then ask questions that they made available a couple of days before this bill was exec about how this cost study was put together, and then some of the underlying questions that I had that I thought might impact what the results would be. And there's a real key flaw in the design for coming up with a cost. Basically, they subtract any cost from the cost of an ambulance service, any money that they receive from cities and towns, like property taxes. So by doing that, they've essentially decreased what the cost is to provide the services. So let me try to illustrate with some 3 o'clock math how that might work. Let's say we have an ambulance service with $1 million of cost and provides 1,000 services over the year. That would be $1,000 apiece. Let's have another ambulance service with $1 million of cost that got $500,000 of money from the cities and towns and provided the same 1,000 services. The methodology used in this study would say the cost for the second is $500, while the cost for the first was $1,000. And in reality, the cost for providing the ambulance is the same for both. So I was able to ask, why did you do it that way? Why did you choose to eliminate the cost? And they said, that's the way we were directed to do it by the contract. I went to the insurance office and I asked, why did you set it up that way? Well, that's the way the bill was written. And they said, you should subtract off basically payments and property taxes from calculating the cost. So I asked for another example, Franconia. Recently, their ambulance service, a couple years ago, went out of business. They're paying Littleton $750,000 to provide the service. Said, was a cost associated with that removed or kept in? They didn't really know, but if it's in the municipality part, those kind of payments, it would be removed. So these reasons are why all the ambulance providers and the New Hampshire Municipal Association, who provides advice for fire stations and other provide ambulance, are universally against this. They instinctively know that this 209% number is not adequate, and they know that they're going to be worse off with this than they are now, even before you take into the account the balanced billing factors and that lost revenue. So you'll hear we've been doing nothing. At least that's what it says in the blurb for the past few years. But last biennium, we did move the needle. We passed SB 409, which for the first time allows billing for no transport ambulance services. It used to be unbillable. We have direct payments now to the ambulance services, and we dramatically increased the Medicaid rates up to the Medicare levels. We still need to do more. It's going to continue beyond this anyway. Proponents may argue that if the numbers are wrong, it's the ambulance provider's fault for not providing it. Well, I don't know how good the ambulance service numbers are, but the problem I have is the methodology for determining how much cost it takes to do this based on the numbers that they had. You'll hear that this is only 9% of the services that are provided, so it's really only a small amount of money anyway. But other losses that come with this, groups like auto insurance and workers' comp do pay ambulance claims. They generally pay based on charges. So they usually pay the full charges on those things. It's likely they'll now pay on fee schedules. So There's more work to be done. I think that the cost study is valuable for helping us understand the cost of services. I just think by putting it into SB 316 and linking it to balance bills reduction, we're going to hurt the ambulance industry. And while our citizens need to not be burdened by balance billing, they also need to have emergency services. So we've been moving very specifically and directly to make progress on this. Let's not take a step back. Please, ITL 316, vote like my sweater, and we'll keep working on it. So thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Hunt. Chair recognizes Chair recognizes Representative Therese.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand here today in opposition to the bill HB 316. This bill is intended to help the ambulance services, which has been struggling for years in New Hampshire. However, the irony is both the ambulance services and the New Hampshire Association of Fire Chiefs, instead of embracing it, have opposed this bill. Why? Because they feel that this bill, instead of helping them, will hurt them more and will make their struggling situation even worse. This bill will prohibit the current practice of balance billing. At the same time, will set the reimbursement rates less than even half of what they are charging currently, for some services even to 1/3. These new rates proposed by New Hampshire Department of Insurance, so-called cost-based rate under all payer model program, would be forced upon them under this bill. So what options will the ambulance services will be left with? Municipalities will have to make up for the loss from taxpayer dollars, which could result in local property taxes increase. If not, then they will face lower level of ambulance services, in some cases even closing it, and that will not be desirable to our constituents. So in a nutshell, this bill will raise your insurance premium, this bill will raise your property taxes, and still will not be able to meet the needs of ambulance services, which are life-saving emergency services. That's why I oppose this bill, and I would like you to join me, regardless of party affiliation, so we can propose a better bill to address the situation. I ask for a division vote.
Chair recognizes Representative Hunt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this ambulance issue has been in the Commerce Committee as long as I have, and that is a long time. We have nibbled at the edges in trying to deal with the reimbursements, but at the end of the day, the fundamental problem is that we, the Commerce Committee, only regulates small business and individuals. That's the only group of people, which when it comes to the ambulance usage is at best 10%. The vast majority of ambulance use is Medicare, Medicaid, and ERISA's, small, large employers. What the opponents have asked us over the years is to make those who have insurance, to have that small employer insurance, pay for the shortfall that they're getting because Medicare pays so little. And what occurred over the years is that we have tried to deal with the problem, but then the reality is balance billing I'm not sure everybody knows what that means, but balance billing means that if you have an ambulance, or you would get a bill afterwards from the ambulance company, and then say your insurance company only paid so much, you need to make up the difference. Balance billing has been an issue for commerce over the years, and we have solved it. You don't get balance billed now from your anesthesiologist or the physician who you wasn't expecting to be there at that procedure that you had. You don't get any balance. As a matter of fact, even the federal government solved the balance billing issue for helicopters. They never addressed the issue for ground ambulances. And that's what this bill is. The Commerce Committee has been aware of this problem. We've been working on it. We've struggled every year over this issue. And what we decided to do is we would have the Department of Insurance to do a study to find out exactly what it was costing for small business, individuals, what was the actual claims, what is the real cost to provide services. By the way, we threw in a bonus. And that is, there are many times people say, I don't want that ambulance. The ambulance gets there, but the ambulance company wouldn't be reimbursed. So we actually decided that, no, that should be included, right? You could have gone to the emergency room, or you could have gone to one of the stop health places, but no. The ambulance showed up, they took care of you, they should get reimbursed for that. And yes, the calculation came out to, for this, if we pass this legislation, for the next 2 years, it would be 204%. It would be reevaluated every 2 years. We'll keep looking at that number, and we'll keep revisiting it every 2 years if you pass this legislation. We believe that we finally have not the solution, because I hate to break the news to everybody, but your town taxes, every one of you has ambulance service as a line item in your budgets, and that ain't going to change. All we're trying to do is try to solve the problem the best we can without being a burden on small business health insurance and individual health insurance. We're not asking them to pay for the shortfall from Medicare. So I hope you will vote for this legislation. Thank you.
Division has been called. Members, take your seats. This will be a division vote. The motion before us is the Majority Committee report ought to pass on House Bill 316. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Chiricia for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill has been opposed by both the ambulance services, New Hampshire Association of Fire Chiefs, and New Hampshire Municipal Association, if I know that this bill will raise your insurance premium and property tax, if I know that this bill will not help ambulance services, rather would hurt them further, if I know the flawed logic in the cost study removed payments by property tax payers from the cost calculations, leading to incorrect numbers that will financially cripple ambulance providers, and if I know that better options are available, then would I now oppose this bill by pressing the red button?
Chair recognizes Representative Hunt for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know this vote this bill came out of Commerce 15-1. The Commerce, if I know, the Commerce Committee has been working on this issue for a long time and has finally had a reasonable compromise. And most importantly, Mr. Speaker, we are getting rid of balance billing. Will I now vote yes on the pending motion?
The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of order passed on House Bill 316. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Howard.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 250 voting yea, 85 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. Representatives Gerard, DeVries, and Sargent did not participate because of conflict of interest. Majority of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 191 FN, an act providing criminal and civil penalties for the recruitment, harboring, or transporting of a pregnant, unemancipated minor in order to obtain an abortion without parental permission. Considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. Recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Terry Roy for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee. Having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Alessandra Murray for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 0756H, printed in House Record 17, page 79 and 80. For what reason does it memorize?
To make a motion, Mr. Speaker,
State your motion.
I move that we lay HB 191 upon the table.
The motion is in order.
We request a division vote, Mr. Speaker.
And division has been requested. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is to lay House Bill 191 on the table. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Alessandra Murray for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill has significant issues around privacy and government overreach, and if I know that this bill was originally intended to further restrict abortion and the committee amendment creates unnecessary confusion, and if I also know this bill obstructs access to health care, including requiring notarized consent to drive a teen to get their tonsils removed or face criminalizing grandma, and finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know we have tabled many bills today and this confusing bill needs too much work for us to move forward with it, would I now press the green button to table HB 191? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Rhodes for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know, we would all love the opportunity to find out why somebody thinks that somebody should take somebody else's child for a surgical procedure without the parent knowing, would I vote red on the table motion?
The motion before us on HB 191 is to table. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Teresa.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to state of the vote. 162 voting nay, 172 voting nay. The motion fails. Okay. We're back to the amendment 0756H, printed in House Record 17, page 79 through 80. The question is on the amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with bills on second reading, open to further amendment. Representative McFarland offers floor amendment 1311H. It's in your seat pockets and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be brief. Now that we have the committee amendment in on this bill applies to all surgical procedures. My amendment corrects one element of that language so that Good Samaritans are not subject to prosecution for acting to take care in an emergent situation of an unemancipated minor or somebody that they weren't even sure whether they were a minor or not. If you find yourself in the woods, maybe you're driving a snowmobile down a trail and you find an accident and the parent is dead and what appears to be a child is injured and needs immediate care. Yes, we have separate statutory protections for Good Samaritans, but this bill is very specific that it expects the transport to be by emergency service providers and ambulances and so forth. So if you're in the woods and transporting, or even if you're at home as somebody other than the parent, a grandparent, a nanny, somebody else, and you have a kid there and you don't have a notarized form for them, are you now going to be required to use the ambulance and not say, gosh, this cut finger that needs some stitches, I could just drive them there in my car and I could get them there quicker. It's a simple change. I would just urge you to vote for it. Thank you.
The motion before us is McFarland Floor Amendment 1311H. For what reason? For
Against the amendment. She wants to
Chair recognizes Representative Rhodes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you are with your child and your child has a friend and you're hiking in the woods and that friend falls down, goes boom, and they need emergency care, even if you're the top of New Hampshire and you have to go over the line to Vermont, that's not a surgical procedure that's even being discussed here. That's an emergency. And if you take your child or your friend's child to the hospital, legally the hospital has to act. They can't ignore it. We looked into this. It was research. It's the same situation if you are in a car wreck and that person's being transported. If you need stitches, if you fall down and crack your head, if you break your arm, you're still going to get emergency care. So the amendment that is being introduced is not necessary. Ignore it. Vote no.
The motion before us is the McFarland-Floor amendment. Do you want a division? A division has been called. Members, take your seats. The motion before us now is the McFarland-Floor amendment. This is a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Alessandra Murray for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know both this and the committee amendment attempt to conceal the real motives of obstructing abortion access, and if I know this bill is a solution in search of a problem and this amendment does nothing to change that, and Mr. Speaker, if I also know this amendment sets a dangerous precedent by endorsing the surveillance of an individual's right to travel and criminalizing those individuals in certain circumstances, would I now press the red button so we can vote on the underlying bill? Thank you.
The motion before us is the McFarland-Floor amendment. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will tend to state of the vote. 57 voting aye, 286 voting nay. The motion fails. Now we're back to the motion of ought to pass with amendment. The chair recognizes Representative Newell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak against the motion of ought to pass with the amendment on HB 191. This legislation began as a bill to further restrict abortion in New Hampshire. In the committee's executive session, I very much appreciated hearing our chairman referencing the promise made to the constituents not to further restrict abortion. So this amendment was brought forward instead. Unfortunately, there are many problems with the amendment. First, the bill, as amended, criminalizes anyone driving a teenager for a surgical procedure without notarized consent. This means that if an older sibling, a family friend, or even a grandparent wants to drive a teen to get their wisdom teeth taken out, they need to have notarized documentation to do so. This is significant government overreach. I'm actually a former notary, and although I know New Hampshire law does not require notaries to keep records of what has been notarized, it is recommended by the National Notary Association to keep an official journal. For a parent to coordinate a ride for their child, they would need to disclose private medical information about the health care their child is receiving in order to comply with this new law. This is a significant burden on parents who need to find a notary or pay $25 online, pay a $25 fee online, in a potential invasion of their privacy. We should not pass laws that would add unnecessary hurdles to a parent or violate their right to privacy. Secondly, the enforcement of the bill is unclear. Will state troopers be stationed outside hospitals to check if teens entering have their biological parent as their driver? And if so, how does the parent prove that they are the teen's biological parent? Will healthcare providers need to check who drove the patient to their appointment to have their tonsils taken out before they can proceed? We heard in the executive session that the enforcement would happen afterwards, but none of this is spelled out in the bill, and it could cause significant confusion across the state. And finally, even though the word abortion has been removed from the bill as amended, it is unclear if this would still impact abortion. None of the terms are defined. So how can we be sure that the bill isn't an attempt to further restrict abortion? The bill, as amended, is riddled with issues. And so I urge you to vote red on the ought to pass with amendment motion so that another motion can be made. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Rhodes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's a lot there. I heard a lot about wisdom teeth. I don't know about any of you, but when I had my wisdom teeth out, it was scheduled weeks in advance. And as a matter of fact, my older sister took me to have it done, and it was arranged weeks in advance. So that argument is not going to work. Additionally, I don't know if any of you have ever heard of the term von Willebrand's disease, but I got the lucky card of a daughter that has that, which means that her blood doesn't clot. So if somebody decided that they were going to take my child and have a procedure unknown to me, and she is going to have a horrible reaction and possibly die, I think I'd like to know that. I mean, wouldn't you? And I cannot imagine any world where anybody in this room can come up with a scenario where it's okay for somebody else to take their child for a scheduled medical procedure and them not have to know about it. I wonder what that could be. Doesn't make any sense to me. Additionally, there are side effects. There's side effects to medication. I can't even think of them all. Wouldn't you like to know if your child was in some kind of a medical emergency, but yet you don't have the right to know that because someone took your kid and did something without you knowing because they thought it was okay? We can talk all day long about what is hidden in here or what's not hidden in here. The fact of the matter is, it's in the amendment. Nothing is hidden. It's right there for everybody to read it. Please vote green. Support the committee recommendation of ought to pass as amended.
A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. This will be a division vote. Motion before us, Majority Committee report of order passes amended in House Bill 191. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Alexander Murray for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that parents often rely on older siblings or grandparents to drive their teenager to appointments, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that requiring a parent to go get a notarized document in order to have that older sibling or grandparent drive is a significant government overreach, an invasion of privacy, and an unnecessary barrier to healthcare access. And Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill could lead to state troopers stopping teens from entering hospitals, as well as require healthcare workers to check for notarized documentation in order to proceed with care that parents would already be involved with. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill started as an abortion restriction and questions remain as to whether it would still further restrict abortion, would I now press the red button so that another motion can be made?
Chair recognizes Representative Osborne for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that just last week this body sent a great big message supporting parental rights, and if I know that as a parent, no one should be transporting my child across state lines for surgical procedures without my permission, would I now press the green button to support the committee report?
The motion before us, Majority Committee report of order passes as amended in House Bill 191. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. Also attend to state of the vote. 180 voting yea, 164 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 380 FN. An act relative to penalties for criminal violations of the therapeutic use of cannabis. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Jennifer Rhodes from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment, and the recommendation of the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Linda Harriet Gothright from the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Newell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 12 years ago, we implemented our therapeutic cannabis program. At that time, there was a fear that patients may take advantage of the program by selling their legally purchased medicine to non-patients, and in an effort to prevent this, the legislature codified an enhanced penalty for that offense. Since that time, not only have we not seen any evidence of therapeutic cannabis patients selling to non-patients, it is vastly less likely today, given that every single one of our neighboring states sell cannabis, recreational and medicinal, and for a whole lot cheaper. But let me be clear, because there are already hefty penalties for cannabis sales. Under current statute, therapeutic cannabis patients would be subject to the same penalties as anyone else of up to 20 years and or $300,000 fine, plus an additional 7 years and or $300,000 fine. So if you do the math, it's a lot of math. Okay. Not only is this unnecessary, it is blatantly unjust to hold therapeutic cannabis patients to a higher standard than the general public. I ask that you join me in opposing the ITL motion, and Mr. Speaker, I ask for a roll call vote.
Chair recognizes Representative Rhodes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the state of New Hampshire goes to great lengths to oversee the Therapeutic Cannabis program. And although, as I mentioned this morning, I was not in this body whenever the Therapeutic Cannabis and all of those bills were passed, it is my understanding that the other body was actually very hesitant to do such things. However, they put these penalties in place because they wanted to discourage the selling of your therapeutic cannabis. And my colleague is correct. We heard people that say that nobody ever does this, it's far too expensive, and it would be foolish to do it, plus you can go buy it. But if nobody's doing it and nobody's ever been charged, I don't really see why we don't just leave it alone, to be quite honest with you. We also heard today that we have to allow people to test their drugs because you have to know what's in it. And that is why the state oversees the program, to make sure that there aren't any additives in the therapeutic cannabis that you're buying. So again, we're going to turn around and say, nope, never mind, ignore all that. So I think we should vote to ITL this bill, but I think the body has spoken when it comes to cannabis. So you do you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate. A division has been called for, so this will be a division vote. Roll call has been requested for the new roll. It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us, Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 380. This is going to be a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Vail for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that in 2013, medical access to cannabis was believed to be an incentive for diversion, as there were no other legal means for obtaining cannabis available in New Hampshire, and if I know that legal cannabis is available in all of the northeastern states except for Pennsylvania and New Hampshire, and these sources are less reputable, and these sources are less expensive than therapeutic cannabis, making this additional penalty unnecessary, outdated, and unduly harsh. And finally, if I know that HB 1295 of 2024, the same bill just last year, left the House Criminal Justice Committee unanimously in favor, and the House voted unanimously to pass the same policy on the consent calendar because we believed that the punishment does not fit the crime. Would I now press the red button so that another motion can be made? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Rhodes for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know what my colleague just said is right, we did vote for it, but I fought to kill it then too, but I wasn't successful. And if I know there's pretty much nothing I'm going to say up here that's going to change your mind, if we should just vote, let's do it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 380. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Raymond.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to state of the vote. 143 voting aye, 200 voting nay. The motion fails. Representative Harriet Gothright moves ought to pass and offers amendment 0130H, printed in House Record 17, page 94. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Division has been called. Members, take your seats. This will be a clarification vote on the amendment. The motion before us is a clarification vote on the amendment 0138H. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Ball.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to state of the vote. 185 voting yea, 157 voting nay. The amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Everybody pay attention for a minute. We're putting out a couple of tables of fruit and snacks out there. We'll be getting out of here quicker than we thought today, but we've already bought them, so they're out there for you to take them. The majority of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 638 FN, an act allowing an older prisoner serving a sentence of life without parole to be eligible for parole upon meeting certain criteria, and considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it's inexpedient to legislate. Senator Terry Roy from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with a recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative David Muse from the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Muse.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a bill that asks two questions of us. The first question is whether a person who has committed a crime as serious and as devastating as first-degree murder can ever change to a point where they can ever be considered for release. The second is whether we as legislators are willing to change our law to give these people an opportunity to get a hearing before a parole board under any circumstances at all. In our state, the penalty for intentionally killing another person with premeditation or while committing certain crimes is life in prison without parole. As of the end of 2024, there were a total of 95 people incarcerated in our state prison system serving life sentences without parole. Under the bill before us, those people would automatically become eligible for a parole hearing when they turn age 60, provided they've served at least 18 years of their sentence and as long as they haven't committed a major conduct violation in the last 10 years. According to the Department of Corrections and the information they provided in their fiscal note, at this point, that's about 15 prisoners. So who wouldn't be eligible for a hearing under this bill? The answer to that question is inmates convicted of capital murder, including anybody convicted of killing a police officer, a judge, or executing a person in a murder for hire. This is contrary to what the impression that you may have gotten when you read the majority report, which essentially said that people who are convicted, who basically are convicted of capital murder, whose death sentence was commuted to life in prison without parole after we repealed the death penalty would be eligible. They would not be eligible. So Michael Briggs, for example, would not be eligible for a hearing under this bill. The bottom line is, this is not a get-out-of-jail-free card. If you qualify for a parole hearing under the bill, you'd need to accept responsibility for the harm that you've caused other people. You would also have to convince the parole board that you are rehabilitated, you are no longer a threat to society, and you have a place to live when you're released. In many cases, you would also need to face the survivors of your victim and others harmed by your actions. So why pass this bill? During the hearing, we heard compelling testimony from people who told us that some of these inmates had not only completely turned their own lives around after decades of incarceration, but they were also instrumental in others changing their lives in prison as well. I'm not here to relitigate what people like Gary Place or Pam Smart did many, many years ago, and I'm not here to do that because relitigating cases decided by a jury isn't my job and it's not yours. While individual anecdotes are helpful because they can provide context, I want to be very clear that this legislation is not about a particular individual or about a particular case. What it is about is weighing the costs and benefits of unending state retribution against a small group of people who may no longer pose a threat to society and who very well may spend their final years battling conditions like diabetes and dementia at taxpayer expense in a place that's largely unprepared to deal with an aging population. Prison is not just about rehabilitation. It is about punishment and it is about retribution. But at what point and under what conditions can we say enough is enough? What this bill asks us to decide is whether there is a point where our need for retribution as a society can end, or is there always a need to continue it, even when it comes to imprisoning elderly people who no longer present a threat to society? I ask you to vote red so another motion can be made.
Chair recognizes William Dolan.
Thank you. So first I need to disclose that I'm a criminal defense attorney. I don't know if I ever would make money off of however this bill went, but I just want everyone to know that. So first of all, I'm a criminal defense attorney. So I want to disclose that in case there's any type of, I don't know if I could ever make money if this bill passes or not, but I want everyone to know that. I think, but also being a criminal defense attorney, that brings a certain perspective to this bill. I wasn't planning on speaking, but I wanted to. I couldn't pass the opportunity up. I wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. So there are no such things as lobbyists for murderers. This bill does not actually release anybody. What it does is give somebody a chance at parole. Parole is supervised release. They would be likely on parole for the rest of their lives because that's what happens when you get a sentence from X to life. They use evidence-based approaches. We're not just talking about someone that did something horrible and we need to keep them in jail forever and let out dangerous people. The parole officials are people that use evidence-based approaches to make decisions and don't want to let out people that are going to murder someone again. I understand the type of hesitation maybe in this bill. There are some clients that maybe I've represented that if I looked at it more as not as their lawyer but as a citizen, maybe shouldn't be released. But I think they deserve a chance at parole after some period of time to go in front of a board. And I don't know how to say this other than the fact that, and I know people could say things against this if it's only emotional based, I have stood next to other people hearing a verdict for first-degree murder, knowing what that means, and the person next to me, knowing that that means that they're going to go away for the rest of their life. I have represented people that deserved it and then didn't. A few times in my life, I've been in experiences, and what happens is you start to realize that some of the phrases that we use come from somewhere. So I remember standing there and heard a first-degree murder verdict in a case I didn't think the man deserved. When we say the phrase, hit you like a ton of bricks, I cannot emulate the air, the sound of the air that came out of his chest, his mouth, his nose, his eyes, his ears, I don't even know. It's a sound I'll never forget, and I don't know if that's emotion-based. And I don't know how we should make if we should make decisions based on experience or emotion or some mixture of both. I think that people at some point deserve a chance at parole. I'm not even saying they deserve parole. That's not up for me to decide. So please vote no. Excuse me. Please vote no on the ITL. And so a better motion can be made, and please vote ought to pass. Thank you very much.
Chair recognizes Representative Rhodes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we heard in our committee that one of the reasons that we should pass this bill is because it's roughly $230 a day to keep an elderly person in prison. But I bet if you ask the family members of the victim that has been murdered what the cost is of that person's life, it wouldn't even compare to $230 a day. We heard that we should probably give this person a chance at parole because they've been good or they've been well behaved, and that the prison population isn't, they're not supposed to be able to deal with these types of aging ailments. But I could argue they have the opportunity to have diabetes now, don't they? The way this is presented is almost as if it's like a retirement package. Well, if you've been well behaved, and if you've done these certain things and you're a certain age, we'll give you a chance to go in front of the parole board. It's not the way it works. Every single time this comes up, the victim's family has to go back and mentally prepare to deal with the worst day of their lives over and over again. So even though we were told that one of our colleagues represented, I think he said about a third of the people that were facing these life sentences without parole, he doesn't know what the victims' families are going through, but he kind of understands. I beg to argue that no, you don't. No, you don't know, and it's actually quite insulting. New Hampshire got rid of the death penalty because they were told at that time that you had life in prison without the opportunity parole, and now we're being told, well, you've been a good girl or a boy, so it's okay, we're going to give you a chance to go back and have it again. I don't think so. The proper motion is ITL. Please vote to kill this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. This will be a division vote. Well, Representative Sweeney has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is a majority committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 638. This is a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Muse for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that all this bill does is provide an opportunity for a parole hearing and by itself won't free anyone, and if I know that as hard as it may be to believe in times like these, people are capable of change, and if I know our prisons are increasingly challenged to deal with the needs and the costs of an aging population, then would I press a red button so another motion can be made? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Rhodes for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that asking a family member to go back and relive what's probably the second most worst day of their absolute entire life, because some people think that $230 a day is a little bit too expensive to keep somebody in prison for murdering somebody, and if I know, Mr. Speaker, that this law is working perfectly fine the way it is, should I just vote green with the committee?
The motion before us is the majority committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 638. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will tend to state of the vote. 214 voting yea, 127 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Education Funding, to which was referred House Bill 549 FN. An act relative to the use of education freedom account funds in religious schools and institutions of higher education. Considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Rick Ladd for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Hope Damon for the minority of the committee. For what reason does a member rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To make a motion.
State your motion.
To indefinitely postpone 549.
That is a proper motion. The motion before us is to definitely postpone House Bill 549. Representative Luno has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is indefinite postponement for House Bill 549. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Ladd for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If I know the Supreme Court has ruled that prohibiting parents and children from choosing religious schools options within a school choice program violates the free exercise clause of the First Amendment. And if I know the monopoly on state education funding has begun to fray, allowing a diverse range of effective education options to emerge and flourish, such as the EFA program, would I then press the green button to indefinitely postpone this discriminatory bill? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Luna for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know the U.S. Supreme Court rulings do not support the constitutionality of New Hampshire's school voucher program, and if I know the New Hampshire Constitution clearly states no money raised by taxation shall ever be granted or applied for the use of schools or institutions of any religious sect or denomination, then would I press the red button to defeat this motion and live up to the oath we all took in December to support the Constitution of both the United States and the state of New Hampshire? Thank you.
The motion before us is to indefinitely postpone House Bill 549. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 186 voting yea, 156 voting nay. House Bill 549 is indefinitely postponed. Majority of the Committee on Education Policy Administration, to which was referred House Bill 50, an act relative to teaching discrimination in public schools and discrimination in public workplaces. Consider the same, report the same with the following amendment, a recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Glenn Cordelli for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with a recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Megan Murray for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 1029H, printed in House Record 17, page 74. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass. The bill's on second reading, open to further amendment. Representative McFarland offers floor amendment 1315H, and it's in your seat pockets. And is recognized to speak to his motion.
Mr. Speaker, if I know that I have discussed this amendment with the sponsors and that they are in favor of this amendment, and so is the HRA, would I please vote yea on 1315H?
The motion before us is the McFarland floor amendment 1315H. A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the McFarland-Flora Amendment 1315H. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Megan Murray for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this amendment opens the bill up to further vagary and potentially further litigation regarding some questions around the 14th and First Amendments, would I now press no on the motion to adopt the floor amendment?
Chair recognizes Representative McFarland for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the statutes as written, which this bill is going to improve, do not allow for us to recognize group differences and teach group differences such as the ones that caused us to vote yea on HB 148 the other day, would I vote in favor of this amendment?
The motion before us is the McFarland-Flora Amendment 1315H. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 174 voting yea, 166 voting nay. The amendment is adopted. Now we're on to ought to pass with amendment. The chair recognizes Representative Megan Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable colleagues, I rise in opposition to any amendment today to House Bill 50. As history reminds us all, a federal court has already ruled on policy enacted into law on this topic and found it to be unconstitutional, violating the 14th and First Amendments. Additionally, learning communities and educators need to be free to teach honest representations of historical facts and truths. The originally introduced intent of House Bill 50 was to repeal the unconstitutional law. Any other suggestion by amendment infuses vague language for consideration and perhaps opens the state to further litigation, understandable confusion about allowable topics to teach, and sows uncertainty in a teacher's ability to have complex discussions without fear for their jobs or credentials being on the line. I urge the body to vote no on ought to pass as amended so that a more appropriate motion may be made. And Mr. Speaker, I ask for a roll call.
Chair recognizes Representative Noble.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last year, a federal judge struck down the state's law banning the teaching of discrimination in public schools, concluding it was unconstitutionally vague and denied educators their right to due process. The state has appealed that decision and will soon be arguing the case in the First Circuit Court of Appeals. This bill, as amended, enhances that law, titled the Prohibition on Teaching Discrimination, by specifying that a violation of this section by an educator must be intentional or knowing, and specifically states that the intent of the section is to equally protect all New Hampshire citizens from discrimination. It reinforces that nothing in the law prohibits discussion by educators of historical existence of ideas and subjects as part of a larger course of academic instruction. These changes are intended to address the lower court's criticism. Over the last couple years, we have had many hours of testimony on bills seeking to repeal this law. In all that time, no one was able to answer the question, what was being taught before that can no longer be taught because of this law? However, in this recent hearing, it was mentioned that teachers would not be able to discuss today's white supremacists or today's neo-Nazis. Well, good. Because who are today's white supremacists and today's neo-Nazis? In our current political climate, depending on who you ask, you're probably going to get a different answer. We shouldn't be taking students down that divisive road. When this was originally signed into law, the DOJ issued detailed FAQs. They basically say that this doesn't prevent the teaching of history or discussing current events, and just because a subject may be uncomfortable for some does not mean a violation of the law has occurred. But do not teach that a person or a group is inherently oppressive, superior, inferior, racist, or sexist. Teach and treat all equally and without discrimination. Please vote yes. Thank you.
Representative Megan Murray has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is majority report of auto pass as amended on House Bill 50. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Cornell for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that allowing civil actions and state board sanctions against educators for perceived violations of this extremely vague law banning discussions could create a climate of fear and limit students' exposure to different perspectives. If I know that this subjective allegation can be made by any person claiming to be aggrieved, not only relatives or guardians, but perhaps a neighbor or someone in another district. If I know that this only applies to public schools, and if I know that these civil lawsuits can lead to unnecessary litigation, draining financial resources, would I then press the red button against this OTP motion?
Chair recognizes Representative Nadeau for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honor members. Mr. Speaker, if I know teaching discrimination is divisive, and that is why we put anti-discrimination provisions into law, that is now challenged in the courts. If I know this bill supports the state position in the courts, if I know any action against an educator for violations of current law must be intentional and knowing, and if I know this bill states the intention to protect all New Hampshire citizens from discrimination, I would now press the green button. Thank you.
The motion before us, Majority Committee Report of Order passes as amended on House Bill 50. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. While all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 183 voting yea, 157 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. For what reason does the member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the remarks from the debate on House Bill 50 be printed in the permanent journal.
Without objection. Stay in your seats. We have a division and PIs only. The Majority of the Committee on Education Policy and Administration, to which was referred House Bill 292, an act establishing a commission to study school administrative unit consolidation, and consider the same, report the same with the following amendment, a recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Paul Terry from the Majority of the Committee. Minority of the Committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Peggy Balboni from the Minority of the Committee. The amendment is 1030H, printed in House Record 17, pages 87 through 88. Are you ready for the question on? A division has been requested on the amendment. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is Amendment 1030H. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. While all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to state of the vote. 187 voting yea, 155 voting nay. The amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. This is going to be a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Balboni for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that HB 292 purports to create a state commission to study the consolidation of school administrative units, but actually prescribes that the outcome will be a state-mandated plan, and if I know the majority of the members identified in this commission are not experienced school administrators and educational personnel who best understand the structure for facilitating student learning, but rather are state legislators or New Hampshire state-appointed officials. And finally, if I know that this top-down, non-collaborative approach to restructuring school administrative units is counterproductive and severely undermines local control, then would I now press the red button against the OTPA motion? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Terry for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the number of SAUs in our state have more than doubled since the 1980s, while during this same period our public schools enrollment has declined steadily, and administrative positions and services increased significantly and disproportionately to declining student enrollment. And if I know that this development has contributed in no small way or amount to the circumstance that our community's school budgets are in many places larger than their entire operating budgets, and if I know that if there were ever a justification for a study committee to be created to investigate this situation, explore alternatives to the existing number of SAUs and their structures, and propose changes that would benefit our taxpayers and our public schools, students and their families by becoming more economical, efficient, and effective, then, Mr. Speaker, would I not push the green button to pass HB 292 as amended and get it over to the other body on the other side of the wall?
The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of order passed as amended on House Bill 292. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will tend to stay to the vote. 194 voting yea, 148 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Majority Committee on Education Policy Administration, to which was referred House Bill 324 FN, an act relative to prohibiting obscene or harmful sexual materials in schools. Having considered the same, report the same with the same recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Glenn Cordelli for the majority. It's awful loud in here. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution resolved that is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Damon is offering the grade floor amendment 1361H. It's in your seat pockets and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last year, on this very floor, the representative from Tuftonboro read from Speak, an award-winning novel by Laurie Haltz Anderson, which explores the emotional journey of a teen survivor of sexual assault. For nearly 3 decades, this book has sat on school library shelves as a source of understanding and solace for young people, particularly those young people who have experienced sexual violence themselves. It is not obscene. It is not harmful. In fact, it has saved lives. I read Speak this summer to gather my own impression. Frankly, it is a poignant, beautiful book about growing up and finding your true self. I wish I'd read it when I was 17. I highly recommend it to all. The author has been recognized with the prestigious Astrid Lindgren Memorial Award, the world's highest honor in children's literature. Her work has been studied, celebrated, and embraced by educators and readers worldwide. And yet, despite this, some would see her book removed from our school libraries under the guise of protecting children. So I ask you, what are we protecting them from? Knowledge, empathy, a chance to see their own experiences reflected in a way that helps them heal? HB 324 relies on a variation of a well-established legal standard, the three-pronged Miller test, for determining whether material is obscene or harmful to minors. There is nothing controversial about the use of this standard in making a determination of whether a work is obscene. It is, in fact, already the law here in New Hampshire. The test requires that all three prongs be met, not just one. Under this test, the work, taken as a whole, must be predominantly designed to appeal to the prurient interest of minors. It further requires that a book must lack serious literary, scientific, medical, artistic, or political value for minors. Speak, a book that has now helped generations of young people understand the impact of sexual violence, clearly does not meet this standard.
Member will suspend. State your point of order.
My point of order is that the gentle lady is speaking right now is speaking about the underlying bill as opposed to the floor amendment that's being presented today. That's my point of order.
Mr. Speaker, that is the background to the next paragraph, which is about the amendment.
Unfortunately, I don't. The member seems to be speaking. Not having read, I believe the member hasn't crossed the line yet.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Here's the problem. Clearly, even the sponsor of this bill seems to misunderstand how the test in his own legislation should be applied. If those writing the legislation do not fully grasp these legal criteria, how can we be sure that local school boards lacking appropriate legal training will apply them in a manner that is consistent with the Constitution? That is why this amendment is essential. It ensures that the State Board of Education, in consultation with the Office of the Attorney General, provides a clear annual technical advisory to school districts on how to correctly apply these criteria. It also guarantees that those responsible under the legislation for reviewing challenged books have received, read, and understood this guidance. We must not allow confusion and misinformation to drive censorship. Let us be clear. Banning books like Speak does not protect children. It silences them. It tells them that their trauma is too shameful to discuss, that their experiences should remain hidden. We cannot allow this to happen. I urge my colleagues to press the green button to support this amendment, not just to improve this legislation, but also for the young people who deserve to see their stories told with honesty and compassion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I request a division vote.
Chair recognizes Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The previous speaker said, what are we protecting the children from? Well, wait a minute and I can tell you. This amendment talks about the State Board of Education issuing advisories to the school districts. One problem, the State Board doesn't issue advisories. However, after my friends on the other side of the aisle help us pass this bill, the Department of Education, I'm sure, would be happy to issue an advisory, and all you have to do is call Commissioner Edelblut, and I'm sure he would be happy to issue an advisory for you.
The motion before us, the Greg Floor Amendment 1361. Division has been requested. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the Greg Floor Amendment 1361H. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to state of the vote. 151 voting yea, 185 voting nay. The amendment fails. Bills on second reading open to further amendment. Representative Nick Germana offers floor amendment 1377H. It's in your seat pockets. Chair recognizes Representative Germana.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I hope my colleagues will stick around because I intend to ask for a division vote. We all agree that parents have the right to shape the collection and reconsideration policies of their public school libraries. We have disagreements about what the process should look like to reconsider materials in those libraries, but I think there are definitely two things that we can agree on. Number one, that challenges to materials in our libraries should be done in good faith. And number two, that we should do everything we can to make this a transparent process that limits the expenses that our school districts will incur and pass on to taxpayers. A study by the Washington Post of 1,000 challenges to materials in school libraries showed that just 11 people were responsible for those 1,000 challenges. In Utah, in one school district, one couple was responsible for 199 out of 205 challenges in one district. Processing these challenges took 10,000 hours of staff time and cost that school district $100,000. I think we all know that our school districts cannot afford to incur those kinds of costs to be passed along to taxpayers. What this amendment does, Mr. Speaker, is add a provision at the end of the bill. If the court determines that the action was brought in bad faith or with the purpose to harass or unduly burden school officials or administration, it may award costs and reasonable attorney fees to the defendant. This amendment is a reasonable measure to provide some level of protection to local taxpayers from a small number of bad faith actors who may abuse the process. The vast majority of people, of parents in school districts, I have no doubt, will challenge material out of genuine concern for what is appropriate, and that is their right. But we must make sure that a very small number of people who can incur very large costs that saddle our taxpayers are not allowed to abuse the system. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Cordelli.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The prior speaker talked about the costs to school districts. Well, I'm concerned about the costs to our kids. This amendment is intended to intimidate parents from filing complaints about inappropriate materials in their schools, period. And we believe in parents. We just voted that in this chamber. This amendment won't work. Vote red.
The motion before us is the Germana Floor Amendment 1377H. Are you ready for the question? The division has been requested. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the Germana Floor Amendment 1377H. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Represent Pyre.
If all members present had the opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 153 voting yea, 186 voting nay. The amendment fails. Now we're back to the original motion of ought to pass. The chair recognizes Representative Page.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I've said on this floor before, when it comes to addressing concerns about school library materials, we have a choice. We can continue talking past one another and try to score political points, or we can take a step back and ask whether we actually share common values and goals. And I continue to believe that we do. We all want high-quality school library collections. We all support transparency in school board decision-making and due process for concerned parents. We believe in upholding the First Amendment and ensuring students have access to a broad range of perspectives. And yet recent data show that more than 2,000 different books across the country were subject to formal challenges or removal efforts last year, an increase of about 60% over the prior year. Parents have every right to question materials available in their children's schools. In most New Hampshire towns, that right is already protected through locally adopted policies that allow for the reconsideration of materials. For those who believe that every school district should be required to have such a policy in place, I actually agree, which is why this body passed such a bill last year. But this particular bill, however, represents unnecessary state overreach, and it will cause significant problems when it comes to implementation. One major concern is that the process outlined in this bill is very prescriptive and in many cases unworkable on the ground. The goal of ensuring a timely resolution for parents and guardians is laudable. I share this goal. But the arbitrary deadlines in this bill will be impossible to meet in certain circumstances. We're increasingly seeing parents and guardians submitting large volumes of simultaneous challenges. And while school districts should absolutely handle those challenges as efficiently as possible, imposing these deadlines will not change the reality that a proper review of the work, in quotes, taken as a whole, as required by the legal standard. It takes time, and it often involves multiple people reading each book in its entirety to make a determination as to whether the criteria have been met. In many cases, schools simply will not be able to comply with these unrealistic timelines. But more troubling is the bill's approach to determining what is harmful to minors. The bill rightly refers to prevailing community standards in making that determination. However, it makes the State Board of Education, a body of political appointees, the final arbiter in an appeals process. And this is a fundamental contradiction. If these determinations are truly meant to reflect community values, they should be made at the local level through locally developed policies and procedures, not by statewide political appointees. School boards are not only closest to the communities they represent, they are also directly accountable to their constituents at the ballot box. If the policies and procedures they develop to deal with controversial materials do not reflect the values of their community, voters have the power to hold them accountable. Handing this authority over to the State Board of Ed undermines the will of local voters and inserts unnecessary state interference into a local matter. We've already seen the real-world impact of legislation just like this in other states. The heightened risk of legal action discourages schools from purchasing books that could be perceived as controversial, even if they contain valuable educational content. And we know which books are most frequently challenged. The simple fact of the matter is that 3/4 of the titles that have come under scrutiny under bills just like this are by or about people of color or LGBTQ individuals. Whatever the intention of the bill, its practical effect will be to pressure schools into avoiding books that reflect the full diversity of our experiences in this country. We should not be bringing these same problems that we are seeing in other states to New Hampshire. Public opinion polling consistently shows that Americans across the political spectrum, Republicans, Democrats, Independents, believe that parents should make reading decisions for their own children, but not other people's children. If, like the majority of Granite Staters, you believe that I should be able to tell my own children what they have my permission to read, but that I should not have the right to tell your children what they have my permission to read, then I urge you to vote no on this bill. If you believe that government overreach should not determine what ideas students are allowed to engage with, then I ask you to stand up for liberty. And if you believe that a free and open society thrives when individuals have the freedom to read and learn, then I hope you will join me in pressing the red button and voting against this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do request a division vote.
Chair recognizes Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Some of you might recall this same bill from last year and the floor speech. To quote Randy Quaid in the movie Independence Day, talking to aliens, "I'm back. I'm back because some of you do not want to hear about age-inappropriate and harmful materials in our schools. But back because the problem persists. Back because it's story time again." Let's recap this legislation. This bill is about age-appropriate educational materials. Educational materials. Currently, our state obscenity laws exempt education. You heard that correctly. Education is exempt. This bill removes K-12 education from that exemption. Parents, why should your young children be exposed to obscene materials when you send them to school? HB 324 establishes a minimum process for which parents can bring what they consider inappropriate materials to their principal and the school board, and yes, if necessary, to the state board, because we have in statute a duty of the state board to hear complaints from parents. And what happens if a district does not adhere to the complaint process or does not adhere to the determination made about the material, a civil right of action is permitted. And what materials are we talking about? We are talking about books and also a common app on school computers describing incest, sex between adults, yes, including teachers, minor girls, rape, sexual assault, drug abuse, violence, cutting, and suicide. There has been much misinformation and really fear-mongering about this bill. Last year, we heard testimony from the AFT Teachers Union that it would impact public libraries, colleges, and even adults wanting to learn about the culture of New Hampshire. Untrue. And if they think this crap is culture, then we are in serious trouble. Let's be honest. These explicit sexual materials have no place in our schools. I will repeat that this is not banning books. It is about making sure that our children, your children, have books that are age appropriate. It's story time, so parents out there, you might want to mute your computers as I read from a couple of books. This one is called Tricks, and it's in many school libraries, and I know specifically the Dover High School Library, and it's page 323. He's on me, yanking my hair, pushing me to my knees. He flips me over. I hear his zipper lower. He yanks down my shorts in a single motion.
Representative will cease. State your point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's not clear that what the representative is presenting is necessary, and it is triggering for a number of people here. Doesn't seem to fit the hall.
That really was not a point of order. The member can maybe express themselves without as much graphic.
Yeah.
The member may continue.
Thank you.
For what reason does the member rise?
To make a point of order.
State your point of order.
If I'm not mistaken, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and correct me if I'm wrong, but a member needs permission from the body to be able to read material from another source. I think the Speaker has made his point in his own words. I'm not sure it's necessary for him to read others' words. And as he said, I believe that Speaker needs permission in order to read the words of other people on the floor.
Mr. Speaker, if I was, okay.
Yeah. I must disagree with you. On many, many occasions, members talk about things from other books and other pieces of literature, whether they be a study, whether they be something different like that. It happens all the time. So what this member is doing is reading from a book right now. I asked him to maybe stop the graphics, but he is doing what members have done for as long as I've been in this chamber. For what reason does the member rise?
Further inquiry of the chair.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is this an inquiry of the chair? Because an inquiry of the chair does not stop it. This is a point of order.
Further point of order, then.
State your point of order.
Am I wrong to think that that our House rules specifically say that when a member objects to the reading of a paper, that the member must cease and the body votes?
other one.
That's right. Fine to read it. Correct. I fought this. I mean, I could read this whole thing. I read the book. It was horrible.
Yeah.
It's got to be. And a challenge. And you know, there's two of them. There's tricks and then there's another one. Yeah. So a 12-year-old can have access to all.
I'm going to state that what we've done in past is allowed the member to continue. I am allowing the member to continue as past practice has been, and I'm only asking that you use caution.
Yes, I will read only what's in the Dover School.
The member may continue.
Thank you very much. He is in me, humiliating me in every possible way right here on the kitchen floor. Trying to fight him only fuels him. And then, despite everything that's happening, I laugh out loud. Save me. What did he say? I already have been paid for a good time for you. I've been sold. And just who would sell me? The answer is all too obvious. Iris, my mother. And as he finishes, all sticky, stinking, and revolting.
You are out of order. The House will remain in order. The member may continue.
Thank you. I have one more a short piece from another book called The Perks of Being a Wallflower. I said I didn't see why not, so they closed the door and started kissing very hard. And after a few minutes, the boy's hand went up the girl's shirt, and she started protesting. Come on, Dave. What? The kid's in here. It's okay. And the boy kept working up the girl's shirt, and as much as she said no, he kept working it. Pretty soon, he took off her bra and started to kiss her breasts. And then he put his hand down her pants, and she started moaning. He started to take off her pants, and she really started to cry hard. He started and pulled off his pants. Please, Dave, no. She grabbed his penis with her hands and started moving it. After a few minutes, the boy pushed the girl's head down, and she started to kiss him, his penis. She was still crying. Finally, she stopped crying because she put his penis in her mouth. I had to stop watching at this point because I started to feel sick. But it kept going on, and they kept doing other things, and she kept saying no. I could not stop hearing it. These are just two examples. Are these educational materials of any value to be in our school libraries? Here is a novel idea. How about schools concentrate on academics and knowledge instead of sexualizing our children? Period. Mr. Speaker, I request a roll call vote.
Does the member yield to questions?
Yes.
Member yields. Representative Dwyer.
Can I ask a question?
He has to recognize. There were two
Representative Dry, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for taking my question. Representative, we've heard that schools already block these kinds of sites. Is that true?
Thank you for the question. Yes, we did hear that in committee testimony. But I have had several calls recently from a mother of a 13-year-old, as recently as Monday. On her daughter's school laptop, they can access materials. This innocent 13-year-old girl with her friends, they started accessing an app, I think it was called AI Kids. And in this app, there's an AI-generated figure who talks to them about sex and demonstrates. This progressed in school and at home on the school laptop to the point where the girl sent pictures of herself nude to a real man. DCYF and the police are now involved. What was the school's attitude? The principal said, we'll look into it. When she talked to the IT person, he said, we can't help it. It would cost more money to stop it. So this is happening in books and on electronic devices in our schools.
Does the member yield to further questions?
Yes.
Member yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Are you aware that teachers have already requested from the Commissioner guidance on how to apply language from the bill that we passed last year that's very similar to this, and that the Commissioner has denied to give them that guidance?
I am not aware of that.
Representative Cordelli has asked for a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote.
Representative Osborne, third reading after this.
The motion before us is how to pass on House Bill 324. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Page for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I believe that it is the responsibility of each individual parent to determine what is appropriate for their own child, and if I believe it is entirely inappropriate for the State Board of Education, a group of political appointees, to dictate to our local communities what our own local community standards are. And most importantly, if I believe in and support the vital work of school librarians to inspire a love of reading and to meet the informational needs of each and every child, would I now vote no on the motion of ought to pass?
Chair recognizes Representative Noble for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the American Library Association has suggested to shift the narrative about controversial books to kids need to see themselves reflected in the books they read, which is valid, but that shouldn't include graphic sex acts. And if I know that we have often heard that kids are already looking at porn, but that is not a valid excuse to offer it in public school libraries. And finally, if I know that we have always censored minors from sexually explicit materials, and we should all be asking why some believe we should no longer do that, then would I now press the green button?
The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of order passing House Bill 324. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend the state of the vote. 183 voting yea, 148 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Chair recognizes the member from Auburn, Representative Osborne, for the third reading motion.
Resolved that the House now adjourn from the early session, that the business of the late session be in order at the present time, that the reading of bills be by title only and resolutions by caption only, and that all bills ordered to third reading be read a third time by this resolution, and that all titles of bills be the same as adopted and that they be passed at the present time, and when the House adjourns today, it be to meet Thursday, March 27th at 9 a.m.
The question is on the third reading motion. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. We have two unanimous consents. Chair recognizes Representative Foss.
You said Representative Foss?
Yes.
That's me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, it's become fashionable in this chamber to invoke concerns for the safety of women. Only in specific situations, of course, generally not when issues of health care or homelessness or bodily autonomy are being discussed. But when expedient, suddenly the safety of women, cisgender women, becomes paramount. Such an invocation has been made from both sides of the aisle. I am a cisgender woman. I rise today to respond. How dare you? How dare you pretend to know about my life, my fears, my safety? How dare you use my body as a cudgel against others? Disingenuous statements about protecting the safety of women have been used as tools of oppression for hundreds of years. How dare you use me as one of those tools? As a woman, a queer woman, a disabled woman, a woman who lives paycheck to paycheck and depends on social services. My existence is politicized against me every day. I will not sit silently and allow it to be politicized against others. Silence will not protect me. It will not protect any of us. Complicity will not protect us, because this isn't about bathrooms, just like it was never about traditional marriage or protecting women's health by keeping them from education and voting. The real threats to women's safety, all women's safety, are those who would sacrifice the human rights of others. I will tell you right now that I have never felt unsafe around a trans person, but I cannot feel safe around those who are so willing to participate in oppression. Now, I like to consider myself a student of history.
The member will suspend.
Mr. Speaker, I remove my consent, please.
We have to put it to a vote now. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. Members, take your seats. What's that? I'm sorry. Representative Weber has asked for a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote on allowing Representative Foss to continue speaking. What, 2/3? 3/5? The motion before us is to allow Representative Foss to continue speaking. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Leon for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know we are here to have all the conversations, including the difficult conversations, and if I know that everybody should be allowed to speak, would I then press the green button to allow the member to continue?
The motion before us is to allow Representative Foss to continue to speak. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Georges? A yes or no? You have to vote. Representative Georges, I need a thumb. Thank you.
All members present an opportunity to vote. House will attend to state of the vote. 237 voting yea, 16 voting nay. The member may continue speaking.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, colleagues. I believe I was discussing how I like to consider myself a student of history. When we look to the past, those people who did participate in cultures of oppression, those who capitulated to bigotry, those who sought to further their career by allegedly finding nuance in hatred, their alliance with injustice doesn't add to their legacy. If you believe, as I do, that the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice, those who are complicit in the suffering of others will find themselves on the wrong side of the curve. I've been wanting to get involved in politics ever since I can remember, not out of a desire for power, but from a belief that I can make my community better. I mapped out my life accordingly, from my academic pursuits, a dual degree in politics and women's studies from a women's college that, by the way, accepts trans women, to my decision to leave law school in Philadelphia to return home to New Hampshire. Since I decided to run for this seat, I've planned out what kind of legislation is prudent to bring forward in my first term and how I can frame that legislation to win bipartisan support. Maybe expressing my anger the way I have today has compromised all my plans. Maybe my unwillingness to stay silent will result in some of my colleagues being unwilling to work with me. Maybe this is my premature Reynolds pamphlet. I don't care. I would rather be a one-term legislator who suddenly has to figure out what to do with the rest of my life than build my career by stepping on people who are already being crushed. So I stand here not out of a desire for personal gain, but for my own self-respect. I cannot consider myself a good legislator if I stay silent while others speak for me in order to endanger my constituents. The first of those constituents that I met outside of an official political context was actually right here in Concord. It was my fourth day of acting as a duly sworn state representative. I was on lunch break from a committee hearing, and he recognized me. After he thanked me for my service, a sentiment I appreciate but still find odd, I asked him about his top concerns. He said trans rights, and I said I would do my best. This isn't my best. I have more to do, but I'd like to think that it's a start. Thank you.
For what reason does the member rise?
I move the permanent journal.
Without objection. Chair recognizes Representative Nagel for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also want to take a minute before I start to thank my mom, because everything I'm about to tell you I learned from her, and she's the smartest person I've ever met. No offense, Mr. Speaker. It's been an interesting couple of weeks for me. One of the lessons that I learned from my mom was that every time a door gets shut on you, another one opens. And yeah, something happened to me a couple weeks ago where a door was shut. And I was kind of angry. But then all of a sudden, something really weird started happening. All these really neat doors started opening for me from surprising places. There was no cause and effect. It was just happening. And I started to wonder, do I really belong here? And I thought a lot about that. And I'd like to share some of the thoughts that I've come up with over the last couple of weeks. Maybe it'll help some of you, because there's been an awful lot of discussion about that issue. I want to take you back about 43 years ago. I was about 22 years old. I had a full head of hair. And I was a lot something else. But anyways, I was visiting my friend Ellen in New York City, and Ellen and I have virtually nothing in common. Ellen is a street smart, 4'11", 85-pound Jewish girl from Brooklyn. I was this very naive kid from upstate New York who was very comfortable in the woods and very uncomfortable in cities. Ellen and I just happened to meet in college. I loved her then, I love her now. She's still one of my best friends, she always will be. But we were walking down a street in the city, and I don't know if scared is the right word, but I kind of was. And you know, there's noise and smells and big buildings and all sorts of stuff. And then all of a sudden, one of the things that I was really afraid of showed up right in front of me. It was a homeless man sitting on the side of the road, or the sidewalk. And I did something that I thought was really interesting. That sidewalk was not wide enough for me to try to find a way around this guy. I just kept moving way to the side, way to the side, way to the side. And meanwhile, Ellen just walks right up to this guy, puts some coins in his cup, and that wasn't it. The next thing was the thing that stood for me forever, and it's changed my life forever. She put her hands on his back. And, you know, a lot of the homeless people back then were schizophrenic, whatever. They had rough lives, and I just watched this guy's shoulders change, and they came down. It was like somebody lifted all this weight off of him, like somebody in this planet cares about me. And meanwhile, I'm over on this sidewalk way over here and thinking, oh my gosh, this is the story of the Good Samaritan, and I'm screwed up and I'm the villain and Ellen's the good guy. So I finally realized that one lesson that my mom taught me, to love others as you love yourself, I've totally flunked. And it didn't mean that I had to do something for this guy, but to walk to the other side and avoid any responsibility of even just a look, that was a problem. And I made a vow that day that I would never, ever, ever do that again to anybody. And I've spent the last 40 some odd years of my life trying to stand up for people that have been harmed and stigmatized and whatever, and trying to live that law that's not just Christian, it's not just Judaic, it's not just Muslim, it's something that we all subscribe to. And it's been an unbelievable journey. It's taken me all over the country. I've worked with people that don't look anything like me, don't think anything like I do, and we get to sit down and nothing matters except solving problems and coming together as 2 people or 3 people or 5 people or 10 people to help everybody be better than we are. And it's been amazingly wonderful. And in the midst of all of that, for some crazy reason, I decided to run for office. And when I did, I made 4 vows. The first vow was one I made to my wife. I told my wife when we first met that I would agree with her 70% of the time, and the rest of the time I would be respectfully when I disagreed. I told the folks here, and it's on my website, that I said, I'm sorry, but I can't agree with you more than I agree with my wife. I have to live with her, I don't live with you. And that's a vow I've stood up with. The second vow that I made was for my patients who live in pain, who have been harmed by actions of legislative bodies, executive bodies, regulatory enforcement agencies all over this country, harmed, killed, whatever. And I decided that when I came here, I was going to do whatever I could do to protect them. The third vow I made was to stand up for a healthcare system was spiraling out of control, something that we really need to protect and save. And the fourth vow was the most difficult for probably all of you, and this is the reason why I'm not sure I belong here. And I'm not going to ask you to answer that question for me. That's something I have to do for myself. But you need to know one thing about me. A psychologist told me that when I was a kid, I was a Y kid, and I had no clue what that meant. What's a Y kid? And they said to me, it goes, you always need to know why. And that was always true. I wouldn't do anything, follow anybody blindly. I needed to know why I'm doing it, why I'm wearing a tie now. I have no idea. I don't wear ties. But that's another why thing. But, you know, and I was always like that. And, but it served me really well because I've been creative, innovative, and extremely successful in my life. And I've gotten a lot of rewards personally for doing that. And it's really great. The problem with that is, I don't know where I belong. Do I belong over here? Do I belong over there? Do I belong here? When I ran for office, I did something that people don't do. I was told, you don't have a chance to win. Nobody knows you, which was garbage. Everybody in my town knows me. But they said, you don't know anybody, you don't have a chance. So what I did was I made a bipartisan coalition. I brought people together to solve problems. And I won the last election, both the Democrat and the Republican vote, which nobody ever does. And that meant so much to me, that people really cared that we were talking about ideas and messages. And that's basically what I wanted to share with you is Joe Manchin said something incredibly insightful after the last election. He said 51% of Americans feel abandoned by both parties. And when I look here, I don't see that 51% here. Where are they and who stands up for them? And I kind of thought when I ran, it was my job to stand up for those people that don't have a voice here. I think it's important they have a voice, and I would like to be that voice. But I'll tell you, these opportunities I've been offered, they are really everything I've always dreamed of doing. And one of my friends back here who's sitting right back there, who's looking down at his laptop, or whatever, his cell phone, who's not looking at me, and I can't say his name because I'll get in trouble. But one of those opportunities happened this morning, and we're going to make that opportunity happen, I guarantee you. So maybe this isn't the right place for me, but I want you to remember that people like me and people like me out there are very important, and let's not forget them. And I think that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker. Reason the member rise.
To request that the remarks be printed in the permanent journal.
Without objection. Representative Osborne moves that the House stand in recess for the purpose of the introduction of bills, vacate motions, enrolled bill amendments, enrolled bill reports, and receiving messages. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The House is in recess until Thursday, March 27, 2025 at 9 a.m.